Good evening and welcome to the Westborough Select Board meeting called here on Tuesday, February 28th, 2023. Due to the weather, we had posted this as a hybrid meeting, so I will read some notes here. As always, this meeting will be recorded and live streamed by Westborough TV, and thank you, Westborough TV, for doing that. But pursuant to Chapter 107 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting will be conducted in person and via remote means in accordance with applicable law. This means that members of the public body as well as members of the public may access this meeting in person or via virtual means. In-person attendance will be at the meeting location listed above on the agenda, which is where we are right now at Town Hall. And it is possible that any or all members of the public body may attend remotely with in-person attendance consisting of members of the public. The meeting may also be accessed remotely via the Zoom address that was included on the agenda. And when required by law or allowed by the chair, persons wishing to provide public comment or otherwise participate in the meeting may do so by in-person attendance or by accessing the meeting remotely as noted above, and we have that on our screen here in the room. Additionally, the meeting will be broadcast live in real time via Westborough TV's online platforms, which are westboroughTV.org, youtube.com/user/Westborough TV, or on Charter Cable Channel 192 and Verizon Cable Channel 28. Okay, at this point, I'd like to ask all those that are able to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So first on the agenda is open forum. Is there anybody here or online for open forum?
Tell me you can speak to the board.
Yes. Please come up to the microphone and tell us your name and for the record.
Caprioli, 9 Crown Ridge Road, Westborough, Mass. I'm glad I made it on time.
Perfect timing.
As all of you can imagine, I read with horror and foreboding the possibility of the loss of the Westborough transfer station operation in 14 months, 15 months. And I want to read something that you may have not, no one else in this room may have read. This is a statement made in September 2nd, 2021, and it reads as follows. The Harvey family has established one of the most respected companies in our industry, and we are honored to welcome Harvey to the Waste Connections family. That statement was made by Worthing F. Jackman, CEO of the company. Now, what do you think has transpired from February 2nd, 2021 to the meeting that resulted in Waste Connection through Mr. Ben Harvey suggesting that they wanted nothing more to do with the town of Westborough? Does anyone want to venture a guess? No, let me answer the question then. Obviously, we don't have any volunteers here. What has happened, in my observation, and I believe I have the most critical observation in the room, is that the town of Westborough has totally disrespected and been indifferent to the benefit, the desirability, the need, and the relationship it has with Waste Connections. That transfer station has been abused in a manner that is inexcusable. The rules set up, the rules and regulations have been violated continuously and substantially. And very little has been done to understand this, and even less to deal with it. I have asked, just this week, for the stickers to contain something as simple as the registration number of the vehicle that they're attached to, it seems to be bouncing off heads. It's a very simple concept. It ensures that the person that bought the sticker is a resident of Westborough and is using the vehicle that is appropriate to that purchase. I've also suggested that they not sell 2 stickers, so you can use one for your family and one for your cousin that's running a construction business or a home clean-out business in Worcester, in order to facilitate a reduction in the amount of material disposed there. I go there on a regular basis, and I see material disposed there that has got nothing to do with the waste of the families of Westborough. It's construction waste, both building construction in the process of something being built or torn down. It's cleanouts. It's a total anomaly for what that relationship is supposed to be. I don't see anyone that wants to step up and understand we're not dealing with the Harvey family here. We're dealing with a major corporation. Anybody know what they expect their revenues to be in 2023? Again, $8 billion. 41 states. We're acting like we're dealing with a small operation. This is a business, and you deal with a business in a professional way. And I think that if you want to rebuild a relationship, you have to make concessions, proposals, and an understanding, and deliver the respect that a corporation of this size deserves. They have 20,000 employees, roughly almost 20,000 employees. That's the size of this town. That's just their employees. This is not a small operation that you just play games with. This is a very professional operation, and you deal with them in a very professional manner, and you accept and assume and understand and comprehend and initiate and execute responsibility, appreciation, and control. I can come up with if they are willing, and I don't know if this is the case. I cannot say I know this is the case. But if they are willing to rebuild a relationship with the town of Westborough, I can come up with an answer to every problem they have. But it requires this community, through this leadership, to step forward and say, this is what we want for the people of Westborough. The people of Westborough deserve this, they need this, they desire this, and we want to do this so that the people of Westborough have a continuation of the functionality of their waste disposal needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for open forum? Okay, next on the agenda is town manager's report.
As the board's aware, we've been meeting with state officials related to the conversion of the Sharp building to a shelter. In addition to town staff meeting with these state officials, we also have members of our legislative delegation who have attended every meeting as well, and have been advocates in terms of understanding the process. We also did develop a frequently asked questions page on the town website, which can be accessed through the homepage because we've received a lot of questions. Though since developing it, I think we have actually received fewer phone calls, so I think it is answering questions, but folks should definitely reach out if there's additional questions that haven't been answered on the FAQ. Housing choice designation, the community development director, town planner, planning board chair, and myself are working to apply for the Massachusetts housing choice designation. Similar to other programs like the municipal vulnerability program and green communities, once we receive this designation, we would have access to certain grants and also be able to gain points on other grant opportunities like MassWorks or other one-stop type grants. So the application for this is due on Friday, March 3rd. Some of the criteria is just based on the number of units that we've developed over the last 5 years. If you've developed 5%, you can apply with just that number. If you've developed 3%, between 3 and 5, then you can apply and also have to show commitment to best practices. So we were under the 5%, but we've also identified best practices that we think makes us qualify. So more to come on that. And then the Town Planner Search Committee is looking to meet on Monday, March 6th at 5 p.m. So we'll create an agenda for that. In the Finance Department, the entire finance team has been working diligently with our financial advisor on the rollover of bond anticipation note, which is due on March 29th, and also a new permanent general obligation bond. The Board of Assessors Office has been working to respond to submitted abatement applications. Additionally, personal property forms of list are due by March 1st, and income expense returns are due by April 10th. We'd also like to remind people that exemption applications are not due until April 1st. Information about eligibility can be found on the website. And there's a link if folks want to go in through this page. Also, the office has been working with the Department of Revenue for the fiscal 24 full recertification. Grants that we've accepted, the Board of Health got the recycling dividend program, which was awarded January 25th for $2,940. We've also put out requests for proposals for the energy assessment services and the radiant panel replacement. In the Treasurer Collector's Office, Linda Smith, the new Treasurer Collector, would like to state she is quite happy to have taken over the helm from Bob Haley, and would like to also thank Finance Director Leah Talbot and the entire staff for helping through the transition. Since taking over on February 6th, the office has issued real estate and personal property tax bills on December 30th that were due February 2nd, and also water and sewer bills on January 17th due February 17th. Motor vehicle excise bills are going out on the 24th of February and will be due on March 27th. The Friends of the Westborough Library ran a fundraiser February 3rd and 4th when the library was transformed into an indoor miniature golf course. Over 100 golfers participated and 29 signed the hole-in-one bragging board. Events for teens have been filled to capacity and often with a waiting list. One of the February events is a paint night called Sip and Dip. Was attended by 30 teens. They had hot chocolate and snacks while painting their masterpieces. Also, they're partnering with 9 other Massachusetts libraries to form a 50-plus job seekers network virtual program. The Recreation Department's currently hiring lifeguards for the summer at Lake Chauncey. That was something that we struggled with last year, so if anyone's interested, please reach out. In the Town Clerk's Office, they're working to prepare for the town election on March 14th. The 2023 census forms arrive daily. And then they've processed over 900 dog tags. Dog licensing is through March 31st, and late fees apply starting April 1st. And then Youth and Family Services, our director served her last day today, February 28th.
Great, thank you. I'm going to move forward just because we have 2 minutes to go before our scheduled public hearing. Let's move to item 12, which is the approval of meeting minutes of February 14th. They're in our package. Have a motion for their approval.
I move we approve the meeting minutes of February 14th, 2023.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any comments or corrections? Not? All those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Okay. We're getting close to 6:15. If Mr. Azar, and if you guys want to come forward, when we hit 6:15, we'll just open the hearing. And Chris, remind me again, is this a new hearing or is this a continuation?
This is continued.
Okay, so we're not opening, we're just continuing. So, schedule for 6:15, I show it's just at 6:14, so just give us a minute to be official on the record here. Or less than a minute, I should say, so. And basically, this is a renewal hearing for the Class 2 license for the mobile station at 24 East Main Street. Being 6:15, I will open the continuation of this license hearing. And welcome back, and want to introduce yourselves again. We've had you here before, and kind of move forward.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dave McKay. I'm from Myrick O'Connell. And thank you, members of the board, for seeing us again. I'm here today with Mr. Azar, who is the owner of Westborough Mobile. When we were here before you last in December for the Class 2 license, the board had requested us to do a couple of things and had voted to grant a 60-day license. And so now we're coming up at the end of that period, so we're asking for the annual license. Two of the things that the board had asked for since we were here last was a copy of the logbook from the prior time period. I won't remember the specific dates of it, but we have provided that. To the best of my understanding, we hadn't heard any issues or problems with that. So hopefully we've checked that box. My understanding is that Lieutenant from the police department has come by in the interim to the facility as well. Again, I don't think Mr. Azar was there, but what we understand from his employees was that there weren't any issues associated and no problems at that time. And then the other thing that we were asked to do was to provide a parking plan, which we've done. I think the one substantive issue that's not reflected on the parking plan that we wanted to bring to the board's attention was identifying a handicap spot. I don't think the plan specifically identified a handicap spot. So we have just noted that on the plan where that would be, and I think that's the spot that's closest to the door and the entry to the little office for the station and repair shop. Otherwise, keeping the entrances and exits passable for vehicles. I think the parking plan accommodates that. So hopefully we've satisfied the board's concerns. We're certainly trying to continue making improvements to the station and trying to keep within the spirit of what I think the board was overall trying to accomplish. So hopefully we've been successful in that regard, and if you have any questions, we're certainly happy to answer them.
Great, thank you very much. Christy, it's going to turn to you to anything you have or any updates. You hit on one, which is the handicap spot. Did we get any final follow-ups from police, fire?
So the handicap designation was raised by our community development director, and I did talk to Jack today about adding that to the plan. So it sounds like he's done that or will do that. The police department and Chief Laurie's here, but they did state that they had a concern about the commingling of cars for sale. So I think that was one concern with the plan. And then the fire department, their comments were really focused on the accessibility, being able to get safety vehicles or large vehicles in and out, which I know I talked to Jack earlier. He understands that concern.
So I think the one on the police thanks for reminding me, that was in the lot, there's kind of back-to-back spaces or front-to-back spaces, and for sale, there was 2 singles, one double, and then the back one was a for sale, but there was one in front that would be a repair. And I think the police concern with that was that's where the commingling piece came up. So I'm not sure if there's a comment or a way to potentially handle that.
Yeah, I guess we had talked about this a little bit last time as well. If we have sales cars, that's where they'll go in the designated spots. I don't think that there's a restriction otherwise if spots are, otherwise not available of using those for some useful purpose. So if a customer parks in a spot that's one of the designated for sale spots, we'll certainly move that promptly and so forth. But otherwise, I think the requirement is to have a designated area for sales cars so that folks know that that's the only place that sales cars are going to go. I think that satisfies the requirement. But
Okay.
I guess I'm happy to answer questions otherwise.
This is open for questions. And
I'm not sure it does because it's not just identifying spaces for the cars, but a separate area. And so having a for sale car tandem parked behind a customer car or a car that's there for repair, that sales car is no longer in a separate area. That's my reading from the community development, or I mean, from the police report, that that's the concern, that you've got 5 spaces designated, but one of those spaces is commingled with customer cars. The other question about the handicap space from the community development director wasn't just that a space was designated, but there was sufficient buffers, that there was a buffer zone next to it for van accessibility, if someone's in a van and has a side ramp. So would that be,
I do have it. I do have that stripe for the handicap spot. I do have it. And I spoke to Chrissy and I told her when the spring comes, I'm going to reline it again. But, you know, the building inspector been there before. He's aware where it is. I do have a handicap sign. Unfortunately, it just wore off a little bit. But when spring comes, I'm going to repaint it again.
Okay.
so it's the,
So it's really the one
it's
closest.
the space closest to the store, so it's on the east side of the building,
Yes, the closest
And it's-
spot to the
and it's not
to
the
the-
one against the back of the property line, it's the one in front of it.
No, it's the very closest spot to the building.
Yeah, so if you look there, thank you. So there's 2 spots there, but is it the front one?
It's this one right here.
Okay.
Okay.
And so where's the buffer for the ramp?
It's right next to this line here before that spot.
Okay.
It's right there. I didn't do a good job doing it, but it's right next to the handicap.
Okay.
I did, that's why if you look at it, you see less cars here than the back. To keep the exit and entrance open and for the handicap.
So I think if the plan could be updated to reflect that there is that space and that is a designated spot,
Yes.
that would be great. You know, what we have is what we're seeing there. So if
Yes.
if you have something different, we just need to see that updated.
Great. Other comments, questions? Yes, Shelby?
So, just to be clear, so the handicap spot today is marked, but it's a bit faded, and you will be repainting that in the
Yes,
spring?
and I enforce it, you know, if it's not a handicap, nobody allows. Sometime overnight, cars could, some customer park it, when we come the next morning,
Move it.
we move it, you know, we don't keep it there.
Thank you.
Great.
I
John?
just had one, just looking at the plan, if you could tell us, based on this parking plan, what would be the maximum number of cars that you would expect parked? Like available to be parked? I'm just trying to figure out,
On
sort
the
of
whole
along
lot?
the side here, if I,
On the whole lot, you mean?
right, if I count, I think I know what it is, but I guess, how many do you,
10 cars. On the side of the building, 10 cars.
so,
What's the-
so
you're
on
saying the
that
overall
side,
lot.
and then when you look at the spaces on the other side, I guess, it looks like to me like, is that 9 spaces on the other side?
Yes.
9, so 19 in total then would be,
And I put 2 cars right on the side, next to the sidewalk. But those cars, I'm not intending to keep overnight, only if it's the end of the month or it gets busy. I allow customer park there, just temporary parking. But I never ever put cars overnight by the sidewalk. But I put cones where they're not supposed to be parked on the sidewalk. I'm enforcing it, you know.
okay.
And then there is an additional space in the corner by the sidewalk as well, by High Street.
To keep
There's 2 by the pump, between the pumps and the sidewalk, and is that
Yeah,
That's
those,
another
yes.
space.
Yeah.
So it's 22.
22.
Okay, those are temporary.
And actually, towards on the garage side to the back, those
Two
those are spots as well.
Yeah, 2 parking spots right here.
Okay.
Okay,
Take it.
all right, nope, I just want to confirm, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, yes, Patrick?
So just a quick question. I did notice on the license that was part of the packet, there's a typo in it. And there's a sentence in it that I don't quite understand. It's the part of the second to last sentence. It says Amy, I think it means any, sign that has not received proper approval. And I don't know what that means in context to the license itself. So I don't know if that whole sentence is an error or just a typo in the sentence.
And that's their current license, right?
This is
Yes.
the temporary license that was issued.
Yeah,
at the
on December
last-
28th, right.
Yeah, at the last meeting.
And just for the record, I don't know that Mr. Azar received a copy of that, and I haven't received it either. So I just haven't seen it yet, so I can't comment on that particular language.
Yeah, this is one that's expiring tonight anyway,
Okay.
so this is your current license that was in our package.
Yep.
I just want to make sure that, however that wording needs to be fixed, is fixed.
Yeah, I think our motion
Well,
will,
it would be your motion.
our
so-
motion will,
Yep.
I think, remove that, because I don't think it's in our motion.
And then I just want to make sure, the last time we met in December, I had made the point about having the lot painted. So it's great to hear that you're going to be painting the handicap space, but I also just want to make sure, is the entire lot going to be repainted? Because, and I appreciate this drawing, and there's a count of so many spaces from the building towards High Street. But is there any sort of marker or indication that, randomly you can't park beyond this point? Because in order to maintain that radius for emergency vehicles, fuel vehicles, et cetera, to come in on that high curb cut access point, is there anything that you're planning to mark there? So
Right now, I have cones, but like I said, when we are there,
Yeah.
I enforce everybody to keep the eyes open outside. If there's any cars that somebody pulled in, we immediately move it to keep that space open for the entrance and exit.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's very hard, people come to use the bathroom or they come for direction, but
Sure.
once we see it, we did notice where they park, we either ask them gently, nicely to move it, or if they're gonna leave it to be worked on, we move it.
Yeah, I'm just looking for something that's like a reminder to the staff and yourself that, hey, don't put a car or vehicle here, or if a customer parks here by mistake, that's the point, that's the indicator, move them, get them moved.
All my workers knows they're not supposed to be parked, but if somebody does park there, we immediately move it. Or if they use in the bathroom, we ask them nicely to move it, they can't park there.
Okay.
Most of the people are nice, not everybody, but we try.
Well, I will say, I mean, personally, I go by there pretty much every day, probably all of us do, driving by. It has, I've noticed the cones, I've noticed it has, with rare exceptions that I've seen something, but then by the time I come out of Dunkin' Donuts or someplace else coming back, it's moved. So
Yeah.
I do thank you for keeping up with this and move forward with the recommendation to approve the new one, that you continue to do that, because
I will.
and we'll put that, it's going to be part of the motion for the license as well. Nothing that new that won't surprise you, it's just really, confirming what we've already been through here. So, but thank you for that. It does look a lot better. It's cones there, but we don't see people parking on the sidewalk, which is great. And that opening has been, as I said, open for the most part, but when it hasn't been, it has been moved, as you said. So I do appreciate that. Any other questions? Is there a motion?
I move to extend the issuance of the Class 2 dealer license to the mobile station at 24 East Main Street to December 31st, 2023. Under the following conditions and restrictions: no more than 5 vehicles for sale. Any vehicle on the lot must be parked in a designated in a designated parking spot as shown on the parking plan submitted to the board on 2/28/2023. All driveways must remain clear and accessible. All permits must remain active with inspections complete.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, moving.
I do have a point of discussion, though, sorry.
Yep.
I would just say that the plan as submitted right now does not refer to the handicap spot or that, the van ramp, I'm sorry, yeah, Alan, you.
So it's just updated for,
Yeah,
and
so.
you have an updated,
I do, if I can approach.
yeah, we
Oh,
can,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh.
No, I would have done it.
We'll come to you.
Yep.
So change it to as
Well, no,
updated,
this,
or?
no, I didn't know they had this here. I just want.
Yep.
I think the only change is just to identify the handicap spot on that plan.
Okay. And this will be the one that we have on record, so that's, okay. Other comments? Okay, not all those in favor? 5-0, 5 being present. Thank you very much. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
And keep up the good work.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you both.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay, so we are, what's that?
Can you close
Oh,
this?
yes, you do. Thank you. I have a motion to close the Class 2 license hearing for the mobile station at 24
So
East Main
moved.
Street.
Second?
All those in favor? The public hearing is closed. Christie, you can help me out here. Others, I mean, we're ahead of schedule. I'm not sure. Do we want to go? Are we okay with moving forward with regional?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
So let's move forward. The next item on the agenda, item 4, is Regional Dispatch Center intermunicipal agreement. We had voted on this at our last meeting, but this is an update to that.
Yep, so the board did vote to move forward with the regional dispatch IMA. However, we did know that on the same evening that other towns would be voting as well and might have some changes. We also knew that the town of Southborough would be voting the following evening. So that night that you voted, Grafton also voted to execute the IMA unanimously. Hopkinton did not vote to exercise the IMA, so that vote lost 2 to 3. And so that change, so even though the board had allowed the chair to sign off on non-substantive changes, we did want to bring this back because losing one community changes the potential savings. And then we also had some changes from Southborough's vote the following night where they did also vote to execute the IMA. So you received a marked up version in your packet, which shows some of the changes which would be considered non-substantive based on some comments from other board meetings. The reason that you have one in front of you on the desk is that what was not in your packet was an additional change, also non-substantive, on page 8. There was a provision within the document that allowed the executive director to be a voting member of any such committee for purposes of a tiebreaker vote when we were moving forward with 4 communities. There was discussion about whether or not the executive director should serve in that role, but given now we're moving forward with 3 communities, there's really no need to specify how we would deal with a tie, because there wouldn't be one. And then if we were to take on another community, we would have to, at that point, identify how we would break a tie. So that sentence has been removed for the final draft of the IMA. But in looking at the changes between having 4 communities and having 3, we did ask the Collins Center to update the feasibility study. So the savings, the recurring cost savings that was estimated for Westborough with 4 communities was $339,000. And then non-recurring cost savings of $100,000. Now with the loss of one community, it's dropped from that $339,000 to $320,000. With a non-recurring savings of $100,000. So Grafton, which took the same vote on the same night, is also bringing this back to be voted on again, and wanted to be clear about the change in savings. But other than that, everything is the same. And so we would recommend that the board continue to support it.
Right. Thank you, Christie. And yeah, we debated on substantive or not. Felt that this was one, and actually in talking, as Christy mentioned, with Hopkinton board chair and their administrator, that it made sense. They were going to bring it back, so we wanted to bring it to this group just to be clear, to the community to be clear of the change. But again, the rest of it viewed as non-substantive. Still, as stated before, I think it's a positive move for the town and the right move for us to make. And while a little bit less cost savings, it's still a substantial cost savings for the town. Any questions?
Yeah, Ian, first of all, I'm very supportive of this, but not having been here at the last meeting, if it's okay, I'd just like to ask a few questions just so I can catch up a little bit with the rest of the board and Christy on this, if that's okay.
Yep, that's fine.
So one of my questions is just looking through the packet and trying to understand this a little bit more. One of the things I didn't see in the budget itself, the budget table that was included in the analysis, was actually a cost with the actual building itself, the building and of the facility. It's people cost, it's hardware cost. I don't see a line item for costing out the building itself and the grounds. Is that something that's
It's funded by the
Funded by the grant.
that's 100% funded by the
Yeah.
grant?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then it mentions 32% on OPEB, and I'm just curious, how does that relate to OPEB for the rest of the community? I mean, just, is that a catch-up thing to get up to speed on 32% increase on OPEB?
So would be a standalone district, and so they would have their own OPEB.
Yeah.
So it would by moving positions out of the town budgets into this district budget, it would reduce the Westborough OPEB.
Oh, okay. All right. And then I didn't see any, I mean, I saw that the executive director is going to be required to present to each town's board once a quarter.
Mm-hmm.
But what I didn't see was a clear definition of what were the metrics that they were going to be used to gauge whether or not they're meeting the goals of community support, as far as, you know, how many calls they're taking, how quick is their response time. I'm just thinking of random things. Has that been discussed? Is that something that will be presented to later?
Yeah, I mean, so that wouldn't be in the intermunicipal agreement. You know, certainly different boards are going to have different questions about the district, and you know, certainly just like the Veterans District, whatever questions the board has or whatever type of presentation you're looking for in that quarterly presentation, they would respond to. So
Yeah, I think it's what other reporting we might want outside of the presentation too.
Okay.
You know, and part of that's, you know, also going to come from the committees, the operating committee made of the chiefs of what because they're
Yeah.
just as
Yep. No, that makes
interested in
sense. I
seeing
just
that.
wanted to
So it's
understand
going to be
kinda
something that's built
how
out
that's
as
going
we
to
go.
happen.
Yep.
So when that happens, and then on the budget piece, sorry to go back to that for a moment. I just want to understand the logistics of each year. This district will come to the board and ask for a budget to fund something, whether it's new computers that need to be replaced, additional personnel, whatever the case may be. I imagine that's got to go through town meeting to get approved. At
Well-
town meeting, will we? Am I wrong on that?
finish
Sorry.
what you're saying.
Yeah. Will that be a single line item budget item, or will we have the opportunity as a town to say, you know, we agree with purchasing new computers for the whole department as an example? How will that work?
It will just show up in the town budget as an assessment. So again, similar to the Veterans District, it would show up as an expense under that department. You know, we would pay our assessment, and so the budget would be presented and approved by the board of directors, and then we would take our assessment and put that into our budget.
Okay.
So I think it's one of those things that we'll have
It's like
insight into
ASPIT,
that.
yeah. ASPIT's probably a better.
Oh, okay.
Right,
yeah.
and we
So-
see salary and expenses, and we
Okay.
can question that, anyone can at
Okay.
town meeting.
Not
That
with
makes
us,
it more
but-
real to me. Okay.
Not with
You
us,
would
but
just
I'm
see
sorry.
expenses, yeah.
Just the expenses.
Yeah.
Yep.
If any one town were to vote down a budget, how does that impact that budget request from the district?
They would have to, I mean, if they're withdrawing from the district, there's provisions within the IMA.
That's not about withdraw. They still want to be part of the IMA.
Well, if they want to be part of it, they have to pay.
They have to pay no matter
The
what the district
assessment.
says the cost.
Well, you have
is.
to pay the assessment.
You have
yeah,
to pay the assessment.
to be part of that,
Okay.
regional
So I think it would be very
center.
similar
So
to
your opportunity.
ASPIT.
Yeah. Okay. I
Yeah.
just had to kind of walk myself through that a little bit.
It's a different beast.
Yeah. So, thank you. That I think answers my questions. Appreciate the time.
No problem. Any other questions?
Yeah, just more, one of my favorites is just the transparency aspect of the feasibility study, so really appreciate that we have a chance to see that. Is this information out on, like, the fire department's website or any place on our town website?
I don't know.
And if not, can we just get that
Yeah,
out there? I
mean,
think it would be
yes.
helpful.
Yeah.
Yep, thanks. Along with the IMA, I think that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, I would look for a motion.
Trying to find it.
I
so-
move
Thank
the
you.
town accept the provisions of section 18O to 18V inclusive of chapter 6A of the general laws providing for the establishment of a regional 911 emergency communication district together,
Just remove Hopkinton when you
Sorry,
say that.
right, together with the towns of Grafton and Southborough, and the construction or siting, administration, operation, and maintenance of a regional 911 emergency communication center by the district under the provisions of the proposed district agreement filed with the select board.
Second.
Seconded. Any further comments? Not. All those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Thank you very much for that.
Thanks for all your hard work on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
The state.
Now the hard work continues.
It's a lot of squirrels to herd.
Yeah. No, I think it's a great thing, and hopefully goes well in Grafton tonight. I anticipate it will, but we can move forward on this. Okay, next on the agenda is item 5, Chapter 269 of the Acts of 2022. So this is requests about the cost of living adjustment for retirees.
Yep. I'm just gonna pull it up. So included in your packet was correspondence, as well as a portion of a PowerPoint presentation from the Worcester Regional Retirement Board. We have an ability under Chapter 269 of the Acts of 2022 to add additional COLA to retirees' pensions. The Worcester Regional Retirement Board voted to approve this increase. However, it also requires local approval by 2/3 of the member communities, or 34 towns. If approved, it would not impact our assessment that we pay until FY26, but would be retroactive to retirees and survivor beneficiaries to the beginning of FY23, so July 1st, 2022. Westborough normally estimates a 10.5% increase in our Worcester Regional Retirement Assessment each year, with an expected funding schedule through FY36, when we expect the unfunded liability to be fully funded. Our FY24 assessment is $6,202,778. So if we were to approve this additional increase, it would be an additional 4% increase on top of the projected increases, for an estimated increase of $92,230. So basically what this is it's, it wouldn't affect us in the upcoming budget. Even if the board, because it's 2/3 of the member communities that have to approve it, there may be some communities that don't vote to approve it, but if enough do, then it would impact all of the communities. The assessment would move forward for everyone. And so this board would need to vote on it, and we need to cast our vote before the end of the fiscal year. We did receive some correspondence from one retiree, which was included in your packet, urging the board to vote in support. We do also, through your materials, you can see that we have an offer from the Chief Executive Officer at Worcester Regional Retirement to come in and answer any additional questions. Both our Treasurer Collector and our Finance Director have had conversations with Worcester Regional, so they're here right now, can answer some questions, or you can hold questions until we have Mr. Sacco come in. This is really just introducing the topic. There's no expectation that the board would be prepared to vote on it tonight, but just wanted to raise your awareness and prepare for a future vote.
Thank you for that. And hitting on that. So yeah, we are not looking for a vote tonight. This was to gather questions, ask questions, gather future questions. I do think we should take advantage of the CEO coming before us. I do have a question, which is really just trying to understand why.
Why?
Is that your
Yeah.
question too?
Yeah. Well, I think
Assuming it's because of inflation.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess maybe I'll frame it more of,
Right.
I assumed it was because of inflation, but kind of why is it this way? I guess, are there COLA increases and this is additional COLA increase, or?
So normally, they can approve up to a 3% increase. This was something that the legislature put through to add an additional 2%. But it was required, normally Worcester Regional just does it, and we don't have anything to do with it because we are, like the Westborough Housing Authority is a member, but they don't get to vote. Only cities and towns get to vote.
Yeah, but I guess the other question was, so each year there's a cost of living adjustment. Actually, the necessary cost of living adjustment should have been greater than 3% this year. So they're saying that's the max that's allowed is 3%, so because of that, provisions were made through the governor and whatever.
Yes.
For a special exception this year? Because it's not really a cost of living adjustment, it's a cost of living adjustment up to 3%
Normally, yes.
normally.
This is an
So
additional one
this is an
above that
additional
3%.
2%.
Okay.
But is it a one-time adjustment, or is it going
It's-
forward?
So it's a one-time adjustment, but then it adds on to itself, right? It multiplies, because if you give it this year, and then you give a 3% next year, you're gonna give a 3%
On the
on
five.
the 2%.
Yes.
So it's gonna keep growing.
Right. But it's not that, whatever they do, it's not that that 2% stays in, it's a 1 year
Right,
2%. but
right.
it
It
builds
would
on
be
itself.
5 this year, and then it would go back to 3, or up to 3 next year.
Okay,
But that base would be forever increased.
yep.
It-
Okay, that's
Yeah.
helpful.
Is
And
it
it-
at all or nothing? Meaning if, let's say, only half the communities vote for it, and the other half don't, so they don't get enough for the entire region, will those communities?
It's all or
It's all or
nothing,
nothing.
and it's a 2/3 vote. So,
Two-thirds.
so there's approximately, I think, 50 communities in Worcester Regional Retirement, and 34 have to say yes.
Okay.
If 33 say yes, it doesn't happen.
Doesn't happen at all. Okay.
And is the 10.5% anticipated annual increase automatic? Is that
Yeah.
just based on the retirees, the increase in number of retirees in the system?
It's a myriad of things.
Okay.
It has to do
So
with
that
our
would be one-
unfunded liability. That was just there so that you could understand what normally happens.
Right.
So.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm adding all those percentages up and kind
Right.
of having difficulty breathing.
Right, and that's the
so-
reason why we gave you that information, because we didn't want to say, well, this is only $90,000. We want you to understand
Yeah.
that it's $90,000, but on top of that,
Right.
it's, the average normal increase is over 10%.
Okay, so it would be helpful, I think, just as a follow-up, just to understand at a pretty high level, like what makes up that 10%, 10.5%? You know, like you said, unfunded, like just an outline or just something at a high level. I know you're saying it can't be done, but.
Well, no, it's not that it can't be done, it probably can't be done by me. I mean, these
Yeah.
are actuaries that come up with these numbers.
Sure.
And Michael probably could speak better to it
That would be, yeah.
when he came
So that would be
in.
one of the questions
Yeah.
I would certainly have. And, you know, and I think just to follow on to, I think Ian's question, I mean, so certainly we've all seen the, you know, inflation going up, but like a little more than just because inflation has gone up. You know what I mean? Like I would.
Well, the governor put it forward.
Right, but with what rationale? But that's my question. So maybe the governor could come and talk with
Yes,
us.
maybe Charlie can come in,
Yeah.
since he's not doing
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
anymore.
Well, now the new governor could come, right?
But
Yes.
yes. And so they put it out there as a one-time thing, that
Mm.
retirement systems could either choose to or not. If the retirement system had said no, then we wouldn't be having this discussion. But because the retirement system said yes,
Sure.
then the member communities have to
Understood.
vote on it.
Okay.
So,
I just wanted to make sure I understand that even though we would not start paying this increase until fiscal year '26.
correct.
The retirees themselves get an increase, the COLA increase, retroactive to July 1st, 2022.
Correct.
So we'll be getting more money, but
Mhm.
then we catch up paying for it later.
Yeah.
So I had another question, just in what was sent from the executive director of PERAC, Public, am I correct in reading this, that right now, that COLA and this additional one is only on the first 15,000?
I think it's 16, but yes.
Could be my eyesight.
15, 16, yes. So if your retirement benefit is $80,000, you're only getting the COLA on your first 15 or 16. I have to put my glasses on.
16, you're right.
Okay.
I was testing you. You got it
All
right.
right.
Good job. I think I need the glasses. So.
No, that's all right. I just thought it was 16.
Perfect, so first 16. So if you, okay, that
Right.
answers my question. Thank you.
So basically,
So it's a smaller amount.
$320 is 2%
No, 'cause I
over
think
annually.
And the way I was looking at it is if, you know, on the full amount, you know, what's the impact on our current employees, whatever, you're talking
Right.
a 5% raise, but it's really not a 5% raise in total, it's 5%
No.
on the first 16,000, so whatever that comes out to. Okay, that's,
About an additional $300 per year.
yeah.
Per person.
if their retirement is 16,000
Yes.
or more.
Yes, if it's less than 16, obviously, it would be less.
Prorated, yep.
Yeah.
Okay, other questions? I'm assuming we're getting notes here,
Well,
too.
I mean, and I guess we don't talk about the Worcester Regional Retirement Board too often, so might as well get all our questions out. I gotta look at this, I
Why do
think,
people retire?
well, if I understand, I believe are we the largest town in
Yes,
the
we
Worcester
are.
Regional Retirement? And I think we're nearly 10%.
I think we're only about 6, a little over 6. Could be mistaken.
Okay,
but-
at 6, we're the largest at 6% though.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to me that, I guess as the largest member, like, potentially 34 towns out of 50, it could be like less than 50% representation approves.
You mean
or-
as far as the
or-
monetary value of
Yeah.
it? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it could be, I mean, 16 or whatever, 17 towns choose to reject this, potentially they could represent 10% of the plan.
Right, yeah.
That's
I would
interesting.
suggest that there should be a weighted vote, but
Yeah.
that's just my thought.
But there isn't.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if we're paying, 6% of the pot, we should get 6% of the vote, right?
Something like that.
I need an IMA.
All right.
Other questions it did sound like everyone was in agreement that we should
Yeah.
Yes.
ask for the,
Yeah, and if you have, so I'll invite him to probably our next meeting. So if there's other questions that I can pass on to him so he can prepare, that would be helpful. But I did jot down some of them tonight.
I mean, I think we have until June to vote on this. So, I mean, I don't know if he needs to come to our next meeting or.
oh, no, I don't,
Whenever we
let's
can
get through
fit
town
it
meeting
in.
Yeah.
first. So I would say after town meeting, but yeah, I think we have time.
But if you can send me your questions so that he can be prepared, that would be helpful.
Anything else? And if there's questions from the public, we always welcome those to be sent to us, and we'll pass those along as well, so we can all be educated on that. Great. Thank you for that. We are running early. So Chief, I'm looking at you, but do you want to wait? Do you have others coming?
It's not ready to go.
Oh, nope, sorry, I got one more in front of you, but, are you ready to go for?
Yes.
Okay, so hold on. Testing my board. So, item 6 on agenda is appoint a select board representative to the golf club building use committee. To recall, at our last meeting, we created the committee. We are accepting resident representative applications until March 14th. But we had said that we would tonight look to appoint our select board representative to the golf club building use committee. At our last meeting, and Patrick, you weren't here, but myself and Shelby both had expressed interest in that. Post that meeting, Shelby had reached out and said that she was withdrawing her name. I don't know if you want to add anything, or she was withdrawing her name. But this is our chance. If others are interested, I am still interested.
Yeah, and just for clarification, it's really bandwidth. I think that I would love to serve on it, but I just have to pull myself from the team.
I think Patrick just feels, if you didn't watch the meeting, one of my things was, well, there's a number of things, but bandwidth was one, is stepping down as board chair after the election. It opens me up with a couple of the positions that I have that are basically board chair positions, so member of the finance team, representative to the trustees of Soldiers Memorial, which needs to be the chair. So to that, I felt there was capacity there. I also am very interested. I know it well, as I've been prior the liaison to the Country Club Operating Committee, and then currently liaison to the Recreation Committee, so I've been following along as this has gone forward. So interested in playing a part here, but that's my pitch, but also want to open it up to anybody else that's interested.
I'll just say, and I appreciate you putting your name in the hat for this. As far as I know, I think you might have missed one of your unique qualifications in being, I think, the only member on the board that I'm aware of that plays golf. Oh, you play golf?
He does.
Okay, all right. I missed that. There we go. So,
I think Shelby's one that plays it well. I play it, but
Like I say, I've golfed, I wouldn't actually say I play golf.
I can sometimes hit the ball. But thank you for being willing to do it.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Yep. I move to appoint Ian Johnson to the Golf Club Building Reuse Committee.
Second.
Okay. Any other comments? All those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Thank you to the board, and I will,
Thank you.
as we get that moving, I will continue to give you updates. Okay, next on our agenda, item 7 is Police Department presentation and chief attestation. I believe, Chief, that the first thing we're going to hit is the safety net. Did you move that around?
Yes, if that's okay.
Yep, that is fine, and if it's okay with you, Select Board Member Marshall has asked just to say a couple of words as kind of an introduction to that,
Yep.
if that's fine with you.
Is that okay? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure. Just a couple prepared remarks. First of all, I want to thank all of the town staff, and I will probably miss some folks, but the officers before us, Chief Laurie, certainly Chief Purcell, Senior Center Director Alma DeMonch, our superintendent, and our town managers and others who committed their time and energy to research this particular program and others, as well as to seek funding and ultimately to move forward with implementing this program in Westborough. Westborough is home to over 6,000 residents, age 55% or 28% of our community. And within this group, with younger residents, there are those who have complex learning needs, dementia, and other conditions who might require monitoring for their safety. The safety net program that you'll hear about from our chief and officers will help those individuals and their families. And just a few other brief comments. In January 2021, my father, who at the time was 89 years old, left my parents' home in the mid-coast of Florida in the early afternoon with my family's only car. We estimate at that time he left around 3 p.m. and did not have his cell phone with him. My mom assumed he had gone to the grocery store to pick up a few things because that was the typical behavior. When he had not returned by 5:30 and then 6, my mom really started to worry. She called a friend, they called some other friends, and they started a search party of their own. At 7:00 p.m., my dad was still not home, now over 4 hours later. We had no idea where he was. My mom called the sheriff's department. At that time, the sheriff arrived, and we scrambled to find various forms of identification for my dad. Do we know his license number? Do we have a photo of him, car registration, Easy Pass, Sun Pass, anything? It was by chance that by calling the credit card company, we picked up a hit on my dad's credit card some 90 miles away that was recorded at 6 p.m. At this point, the sheriff issued a statewide silver alert and an APB to all law enforcement in Florida and adjoining states. Law enforcement deployed a helicopter. Within an hour of that alert, a police officer in the Gainesville area, about 200 miles from my parents' home, located my dad at a filling station. The officer verified my dad's identity after talking with him and promptly put him in his car and brought him to the sheriff's station. My dad was hungry, cold, and confused, and when I spoke with him the next day, he informed me that he originally left the house to go to the post office. The post office is less than 3 miles from my parents' home. The next day, the sheriff's representative arrived at my parents' house to introduce them to a program called Project Lifesaver, which is similar to Safety Net. My dad was enrolled in that program, which you'll hear about, which is similar. That enrollment, really has been a lifesaver. My family was lucky. My dad was lucky. He could have been anywhere and certainly injured in many ways. Safety Net will provide an additional level of protection for our most vulnerable residents, young and old, and it will provide peace of mind for families as well as reducing the cost of expensive search and rescue efforts. So, thank you.
Thank you. I really would like to obviously acknowledge Shelby. She did bring this to our attention, and that story now shows why. And this is a very important program. And I thank you for reaching out to us. I thank the fire department, Chief Purcell and his crew, and my team for jumping on board on this. And again, a huge shout out to Alma DeMarsh, who's been a great partner to public safety, funding this awesome initiative to assist those young and old. And we do have walkaways right here in Westborough. And in my career time, I've seen people with dementia that have wandered and sadly have died. So we're hoping that this does save lives. We're excited about this process. I have to commend Officer Joe Sabati. He is really one of our lead members on our community engagement team. He's out there making sure that we connect with people and we provide the very best in public safety services. And with that, I'm going to turn the forum over to Officer Joseph Sabati.
Good evening. Thank you, Chief, and thank you for the Select Board for having me this evening. Again, my name is Officer Joe Sabati. I'm one of the patrol officers here in Westborough. And just a very quick, brief introduction to the Safety Net program. Again, Ms. Marshall had brought us to our attention shortly after that. Mr. March and myself actually went over to Medway Police Department, where they have this system in place. We met with one of their officers, and he showed us a very brief demonstration and actually did a test of make sure the bracelet works on one of their students in school. And both Alma and I went into the car and we looked at each other and said, we definitely need this program here in Westborough. Then again, through the partnership that the Chief says that it's both police, fire, and the Council of Aging all working together on how we can maybe save people here in Westborough. And with that, I'll just do a brief presentation with the Safety Net program. Again, I'm not used to standing in front of a podium, so bear with me for a little bit. Again, 127,000 people with cognitive conditions are lost annually. And then approximately 13,000 of those are never found. And that's an astonishing number to law enforcement and anybody, that 13 people are just don't know where we are. Again, law enforcement is required to search these immediate areas at a time and cost. A simple search for a missing person can involve helicopters, drones, dogs, additional personnel, and just a time of people and kind of that wariness of parents or loved ones who are missing, as you may know. And then again, this program is about life and death situations where you can make a difference. Again, traditional searching techniques for finding missing people, again, have not been successful. Hundreds have not been found or too late, but again, this technology must be utilized to are enabled to locate and rescue people successfully. And again, this technology is geared towards those with the elderly population, Alzheimer's, dementia starting to set in, along with those individuals who also may be on the autism spectrum disorder, who may wander off as well. A very brief introduction to a study that was done. It looked at GPS cellular service on your cell phone and a radio frequency, and that's what Safety Net is on. It's actually on a radio frequency network. And what they did was the most conductive thing was under the McMaster University in 2006, funded by the Canadian government. And what they found was global positioning, radio frequency, and cellular all were kind of tested. And the most part is that, and you're going to see on the next slide, that only the RF technology working with trained public safety technicians successfully located the wearer in every incident. If you think about your cell phone, you may not have service, so we can't get that signal. GPS is great, but it only gives you a broad range of where it might be. We technically right now, we might ping a cell phone for a missing person. That might give me a radius of 2,000 meters. They might be in that general location, whereas radio frequency directly homes in right on that signal itself. And why radio technology? Because it penetrates concrete, steel, earth, and other solid material. It also works in buildings, subway stations, cars, closets, under beds, and it actually also works underwater as well. Again, just some general information from the Alzheimer's Association in the early stages. They can get lost, as you may know. It's later stages, they may be aimless, risky at any stage, unpredictable, and the biggest challenge is for caregivers. 70% of people with dementia wander away, and 2/3 will wander more than once. Wandering is considering a very emergency, and if not found within 24 hours, 50% of people risk serious injury or death. And wandering happens on foot, by car, or other modes of transportation. Again, nursing homes, as you may know, we have several here in town. 25% will become lost, and 70 of those involve death of a resident. 45% of elopement occurs within the first 40 hours after admission. And each week, the U.S. has at least one nursing home resident that will wander off and die, which is quite a lot. Again, over 5 million people in the U.S. are living with Alzheimer's disease, and 70% within our community itself. And in urban settings, 44% of missing people have Alzheimer's or related dementia. Again, just some basic facts about the autism. As of June of 19, autism reported as affecting 1 in 58 children, and actually that number is now closer to almost 1 in 40. And actually it's even going even more down. It's almost 1 in 20, 25 at this point. And again, it's a 30% increase from 1 in 88 just 3 years ago. So it's more people getting diagnosed under the autism spectrum disorder, which is a big umbrella of things. And the nice thing about with the partnership that we have here in Westborough, I've worked directly with the Doug Flutie Foundation. They're based out of Framingham, Massachusetts, and I've met with them directly, and they would be willing to help out members of our community who maybe fall under the autism spectrum about getting a safety net bracelet as well. And again, the big thing is 92% of parents with children who have autism report that their children are at risk of wandering. And regardless of causes, incidents of diagnosed autism cases is dramatically on the rise, and wandering is one of the most dangerous aspects. And I know I have my child my own, and I can only imagine if he goes out of my sight, it's got that heart flutter, and I can only imagine if parents couldn't see somebody, for a long period of time, what that kind of panic would feel like. Again, for the public safety agencies, it also utilizes proven radio technology, training and tracking equipment, which I'm going to be showing you just momentarily, and critical database information. And for those that are at risk, it's protection of peace of mind for caregivers and people with cognitive conditions who wander and become lost. The personal locator unit, which I've passed around, there's 2 of them there, and they look kind of like the size of an Apple Watch. And that's the unit itself that somebody would be actually wearing himself. And I'll be giving a demonstration on that just momentarily. And again, getting the resources up and going right away. Usually, in addition to utilizing the safety net program, police and fire also uses other resources. We have used drones. We have infrared camera on our drones, heat sinking, canines, helicopters, other additional resources that we can help out with. And through autism and Alzheimer's disease are the 2 most common forms of cognitive disorders, but there are several others, and wandering and becoming lost are common with all of them. Other frequent encounters including Down syndrome, traumatic brain injury from accidents, illness, and war-related injuries, but safety net can kind of help all of those people. I'm just going to give you just a brief overview of kind of the equipment that's involved.
While us as the body's getting that together, just real quick, just to explain, if you remember stolen cars, the LoJack system, that's what this is. It's like old school, so it's basically LoJack finding missing people.
So as you can see on your screen, for those at home, this is your receiver, and this is your antenna. The antenna itself actually reaches out from a mile away on ground level. The state police actually have the same exact unit on their helicopter, and they have a 5-mile radius if you're flying the helicopter to pick up that signal. And again, if you can hear that tone, that's actually one of those bracelets. And each bracelet will have a frequency on it, and it also will have an ID number. So the one that you hear right now, the bracelet is 216.14, and the ID is 157.
You got it. You're the winner.
Thank goodness.
You're found.
Basically, the technology works at the radio frequency. The antenna picks up the signal. The trained officers and also firefighters would be doing what they start as initial search. You basically do a 360. It's also, and if you can hear it, kind of going a little bit lower, away from the signal. And it has a little bit of a tone change. That's the way I know that beacon bracelet is in that direction. So I know I don't have to search behind me. it eliminates a whole area that police officers and don't have to send the resources. Because if somebody is lost without it, we have to search every which direction that the person is known to be. So I know I can send all my resources in this direction forward. Again, the personal locator unit, it's a watch dial. The caregiver is given 2 batteries. Each battery lasts 6 months. We would be able to help them out, change them. They give a kit. They get 10 straps as well. It's like if you go to an all-inclusive resort, they clip the bracelet on you and you have to cut it off. It's the same factor, so that way people or children with autism can't just take the bracelet off. They need basically assistance to take it off. And again, there's different ways to go through triangulation. Through the generosity of Ms. DeMonch and the Council of Aging, she was able to provide 2 kits, and there's almost like a tackle box that every kit is in. So it has a receiver, an antenna, and actually has one magnet mount. So the magnet mount goes on top of the car, so I can be driving to the last known location. I could possibly pick up signal. So the police department have one kit, and the fire department has a kit as well. And she was also able to purchase 5 of those bracelets for the town to use right now. So we have those, and we're working on corporate partnerships to add if we have more people to add to the program. To add to the program, the people would go to Safety Net, and they would fill out a form. There is certain criteria to be eligible for the program, and that's listed on their website. And they just don't want anybody to still have access, again, to driving, stuff like that. It just makes it a little bit more difficult to locate. But that's the general areas of this program. And again, it's very helpful. I just gave you hopefully a brief synopsis of the program. But as you can see, it just directly pointed me right to that bracelet, and hopefully we can find the missing persons. And just with that note, I know Chelmsford last month, they just went online over the summertime. They had an active case a month ago. The person was missing for an hour, didn't call police. They finally did. The officers on scene said, oh, they're on Safety Net. Within 10 minutes of the police showing up, they tracked her to an apartment building, kind of like a Rive. They found an elderly woman sitting in an unlocked car in the passenger seat. She thought she was still going for a ride with her late husband. So to go and find somebody in a parked car in a parking lot at the size of a Rive, the officers were led right there and found her within 10 minutes of operating the system. So if there's any questions, I can more than help you to ask.
Just to let everyone know, we basically have officers on every shift that are trained in this. So if something happened right now, there's someone that would be able to deploy it. We're rolling it out for the first time tonight, and we're going to be doing a full court press release on this, on anyone that'll listen to us moving forward to try to get this message out to those folks. So, please give us a hand with that. We appreciate it.
This is great. So just so I understand that we have 5 bracelets.
Yes.
If people are interested, they can purchase them themselves, or you said it's corporate sponsorship. Like, how does that work?
So the town itself has bought 5 bracelets for it to be distributed to any resident here in Westborough. So if we have more than 5, we'd have to somehow find funding to add more bracelets on it. But the Doug Flutie Foundation is going to sponsor us for bracelets for people who have autism, so that adds to our account. And if we have more than 5, then we're working on some partnership that maybe would be willing to donate to the cause.
Okay.
About how much does each bracelet cost?
It's about $500.
Okay. And is there any limit to the tracking? If we had 100 bracelets around town, that one or the 2 units, there's no
Nope.
limits on it?
So each bracelet has a frequency, and it's written on those bracelets. So one bracelet is 214-55, if I remember correctly. And then there's an ID number as well in that. So you could have somebody on that same exact frequency. Let's say it's number 1, but I'm really looking for number 2. I know on the screen if number 1's showing up or number 2, but we'd be searching for number 2.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, Joe.
Thank you. This is great.
Thank you very much.
Just real
Actually, one final question. If folks do have a question on this, people that are watching, whatever, should they reach out to the police department, or how should they get in contact?
So we have Officer Sabati and Officer Kearney's email address listed on the slide deck. We're also putting the forms for Safety Net on the department's website. They're available, they're live now. So anybody that's interested and wants to get registered, it is online. Probably later on this week, we'll be putting it on Facebook and tagging Westborough Fire so that everyone is aware of where they can find the forms. But for now, it's on the Westborough Police, the town website. On the police department's specific, there's a forms section. You just go in and it says Safety Net. So
Great, thank you.
you're welcome.
I guess, yeah, I did have one quick question for you. Thank you for bringing this in and bringing this forward, and Shelby, I appreciate the work on this. In regards to the devices themselves, the bracelets themselves, are those reusable? So, you know, with that cost, $500, that's a pretty significant cost to a resident. You know, we are talking about elderly, and you know, can somebody turn these in? Can they be turned into the police department and then reused, you know, donated to another individual? I'm just trying to think of how, you know, don't want to just throw away a $500 device.
Yes, absolutely. It actually is reusable. So if someone were to use it and they move on, that bracelet can be reassigned to somebody else that would be either on a waiting list, or if we have somebody that comes up, we can actually reassign that bracelet to another person.
Okay. And when a resident does sign up for this program, Safety Net's going to send them the bracelet, and then do they have to come down to the police department and like register it with you, or?
So all the registration is actually done through the Safety Net program. They keep the database. Our officers have access to that information, and actually we are going to go out with the kits and actually give it, show the caregiver how to put it on, how to change the battery, how it works. There's a tester that the caregiver is supposed to test out every day to make sure the battery works. But we are going to actually go to that person who signed up, make sure they understand how it works, how to get it on, and then go from there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And there's also instructions about like when folks go into the hospital, you know, about, because there's always the worry of like, what is this? You could, you know, they would cut it off and say, oh,
Right.
we don't need that. So
Right.
that's all part of the education that the police do when
point.
they're educating the caregivers.
Yeah.
Great.
Hey,
Thank you very much. Great job.
Officer Spotty, well done. Thank you very much.
So moving on to another really exciting program, and like I say all the time, teamwork makes the dream work. You know, I'm very proud to say we are the first police department, 351 cities and towns in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, that is certified under version 6. We've got police departments throughout the Commonwealth, to include Eric Ostapenis, Town Council for Mass Chiefs, asking for our policies to put out for other departments. If you can think about 5 years ago, well, just over 5 years ago when I started, we were working with policies from the 1980s. Our policies now are state-of-the-art, first department in the Commonwealth that basically is post-certified our policies. And you're going to see us, in the spirit of full disclosure, putting those policies up online, some of those policies for the public to see, and how we're operating with best practices. I can't commend my entire team enough for the hard work we've done, you know, over the last, especially few years, dealing with COVID, social injustice, body cameras, you know, trainings, ABLE program, all these different things that we brought forward. And I got to tell you, these two gentlemen on both sides of me did an amazing, amazing amount of work in a relatively short time. And we are actually, and they're going to explain it, I don't want to take any credit for this, but they're going to explain why we are on the cutting edge and why Westborough is truly special. And really, they led the charge on this. And I can't commend and thank Lieutenant Daniels and Sergeant Shipwright enough for their commitment to public safety, for their commitment to the town of Westborough, and the commitment to this police department. I'm very, very proud and honored to say we made it, we did it. It's all yours.
Thanks, Chief. Tough act to follow there, but he is correct in saying that I personally believe that we're laying the groundwork for innovative policing. Right now, we have a number of agencies that we're working with that are coming to us that have been recommended by MPAC, which is the commission, asking to see what Westborough is doing. So I'm going to show you a little bit about, on this slide deck, where we are and what we're doing. Because I've been here a few times, and we've talked about accreditation and the process of it, but what does it mean? What are we doing? What's going to change with Westborough Police? So as you can see on that slide deck, February 15th, we were awarded certification, which is the baseline kind of certification for, or the first phase of achieving accreditation. And certification actually is probably the most important one, because that brings us, in compliance with a lot of things that post is requiring of police agencies. So we achieved certification. So in the first sentence, it says 14 of the 178 standards for certification were not applicable to Westborough and were waived. So really what that means is that there were several things that didn't really apply to us because either we didn't have them in our police department. One of the things that was addressed was a temporary holding facility. We don't have that, so because we have a fairly new building, renovated, that has a holding facility. So we waived that among 13 other things. So we are in compliance with the remaining 164 mandatory standards for certification. We are the first agency, as the chief said, in the Commonwealth to achieve 6th edition certification. We are compliant with the regulations of post, and that's extremely important. Part of what I do is I'm also an assessor for the commission. So I have had the opportunity to go out to other police departments and see what other police departments are doing. And we've always been doing things the right way, but this is really the way to demonstrate it and give us that stamp that we're looking for. And we truly do have a professional group of men and women in this agency. And I'm extremely proud to be a part of Westborough Police Department. What does certification accreditation mean for the Westborough Police Department? Achieving certification and accreditation means Westborough and your police department is committed to professional excellence. It means we are demonstrating compliance with standards addressing post and the act relative to justice, equity, and accountability in law enforcement. So in short, that's the GEAL Act. It's J-E-A-L-E. And that basically, the GEAL Act is prohibiting bias-based practices such as racial profiling, along with training in bias-free policing. It addresses use of force issues, such as using de-escalation techniques prior to use of force, prohibits chokeholds, duty to intervene, and how to handle mass demonstrations. So those are all things that are covered in our standards. Now, if you look at this next slide, these are all areas that when the assessors come in, these are the areas that they're looking at. And then I'm not going to go through every single one of them. But these are all very important areas. They're really looking at our facilities. They're inspecting them. They're inspecting our vehicles. They're looking for perishable items, which is not something that you would normally think of, right? So they're looking to see if we have, supplies that we had from the pandemic, alcohol wipes, towels that we use for sanitizing. And they're looking to see if those have perished and if we're keeping them in stock. So it's very particular and very specific. They look at our training, our career development, all aspects of our operations and how we do things. They do inspections on our evidence control area, and they did make some recommendations, which we are working on now, but we are compliant. I'm going to give you really a small sample of areas that are improved by certification, because the last time I was here, I just really talked about the process, but I'm going to pick 3 specific areas. One of the things that we found with accreditations is that they're very focused on us producing data and analytics, right? And the 3 most important areas that I picked up on were bias analysis of our officers, use of force analysis, vehicle pursuit analysis. Those are 3 hot button topics that are all associated with that GEAL Act that I was telling you about earlier. So this is a small example of one of the standards that each standard has a number assigned to it. So for example, our use of force analysis, the standard number is 1114. And these are the things that they're looking for. And I'm not going to read them all, they're all there, but just to start, the specific standard says the analysis process serves to determine if any changes are needed in agency policies, practice, equipment, or training. And you can see to the right of that, those are the variables that we're looking at that we now need to produce to show MPAC every 18 months. So they're going to come in, they'll do kind of a semi-assessment to hit those areas to see what we're doing. And then we're either compliant or not compliant. And then will definitely know about it. So this is kind of what Sergeant Shipper and I really look at. It's important to note that almost every single document we have in the Westborough Police Department is on this program. We built it from the ground up. There was almost nothing on it. So everything you see to the left are all things that we've added. We've probably, I think it was 51,000 pieces of paper that we've scanned, rewrote, put into this system to show compliance. So it's a lot of paper. And really short, that's what MPAC is looking at. If you look at the middle column, it says in the blue margin up top, it says 1114 use of force analysis, and they give us a list of things that they're looking for. And then to your right, or to my right, that's what we put into the system to show compliance. So when the assessors come in, we can say, look, here's our policies, here are the areas that you wanted us to address, and these are the things that we know that you're looking for. They go into, and we actually have hard copy folders. So this is an example of our use of force analysis policy. And I took this, there's many pages in it, but I took this specifically out to show you that really, just to summarize and paraphrase, we're responsible for producing a yearly annual analysis of use of force reports to the chief of police. And then if you see in the bottom, I marked 1114 and pointed to, it's almost like if you've written a graduate school paper and they ask you to do, APA format and you're making references, that's what we're doing here. So when you see that, that you know that that's what that is. So here's what an example of one of our proofs is. So our patrol lieutenant, Lieutenant Luce, is responsible for producing those analysis. So any use of force incident we have, whether we put hands on someone, we use a taser, our OC spray or anything, it gets logged and it's tracked with an incident number. We then have to take all those incident numbers, review them, we send them to our defensive tactics instructor, he reviews them, then it goes back up to the patrol lieutenant, we log it, make sure that we're in compliance with the policy, and then we do a yearly analysis, which is what you're seeing now, and that's what they're looking for. So Lieutenant Luce will write a memo to the chief, analyzing it, and then making recommendations for training or, whatever it is that we need to change in our training or policies or procedures. He'll make that recommendation, but that's kind of a short list of one of the many things that we're now doing. Bias-free policing, this one's real quick. It's kind of runs along the same premise. The purpose of this annual administrative review of agency practices and citizens' concerns is to reveal patterns or trends that might indicate need for training, policy modification, or corrective measures. So this is actually my responsibility. So same thing here. If you look on the left margin, it says 4140 bias-free policing, and that matches with the center column that shows we need this for certification, and it gives us a list of things that we have to show to be compliant. This is a portion of our policy, 4.10. We now have this policy called bias-free policing, and there's a quick blurb on who's responsible for that. So, for example, in our policy, it says the deputy chief or his designee. I happen to be the civil rights officer, so I'm the one that reviews these. So here's my memo to Chief Laurie, going through all our traffic stops, pulling this data, not from our own personal records, from the state. And you can see the breakdown and how I've listed it there with how many stops we're making. I think I need my glasses. 4,843. I'm getting a bit older. So, so yeah, that's our statistical analysis of how our traffic interactions. And then I give my recommendation. In this case, we are, obviously compliant with this. There is no bias that's being represented as far as the data is concerned, and that's just with traffic. So then we look at our arrests and protective custody. We look at local demographics, regional demographics, and then make comparisons to what Westborough is doing. So if you look on that table, those are the arrests that we had for 2022. And then if any citizens' concerns came in, I have to note that as well. And we go through all our incident reports, all our complaints, and then, you know, we go from there, we make notations on that. So, so with that being said, this is obviously, we hit the ground running. As soon as I got promoted, the chief said he wanted it done, and so Sergeant Shipwright and I have worked a lot of hours. Typically, it takes 4 years, and we actually got assigned to this right in the middle of this, the changes that they were making, which threw us for a loop. But between the both of us, we're probably putting in, since last March, probably about 12 hours a day on average, getting all this stuff done, 51,000 pieces of paper. So I'm going to hand it off to Sergeant Shipwright, who is the MVP of our team. I told him the other day, I said, "You're Michael Jordan," and I'm Scottie Pippen. He goes, "No, you're Phil Jackson." So.
Thank you, and thank you, Lieutenant. Thank you, Chief. Thanks for having me again. I appreciate it. It's one of those things. It seems like a lot of data, a lot of numbers, a lot of paper, and just a little bit of a clarification on that 51,000 number. We didn't actually print out 51,000 pieces of paper. That's kind of the great thing about the Power DMS system. Either those documents were created within the system or on a computer through Microsoft Word or a similar program. So we eliminated a lot of use of printing paper, printing out policy manuals that would be this thick. So everything's digital. Officers can pull up policies on their phones, and it just makes it so easy. So we're very lucky. The Deputy Chief Minardi and Chief Laurie, we got the Power DMS system, and it really helped us get through this and kind of got us on the track and gave us that vision to create this program and not create the program, but create the way that we put everything together that's now being used by a lot of departments across the Commonwealth. So we're really proud of that. It's one of those things. It seems like it's very just immediate right now, and it's just gonna, we did this for a few years, and later on down the road we'll be on to something else. That's not the case with this. We have to get reaccredited every 3 years, and kind of what our legacy, what we did in the police department, what we did as a town, it's going to be spread through the Commonwealth, and people will follow us, and it's kind of a nice legacy, and hopefully in 50 years we'll still be accredited, and other agencies will be doing the same stuff we did. So on those lines, like I said, everyone in the town kind of pitched in. Ms. Foster, Ms. Williams, they helped us out a lot too with documentation and getting us stuff that we needed. The town clerk's office, HR, the building department with any needs that we had in the building. So when the chief says it's a team effort, it really was a town-wide team effort. Chief Purcell with the dispatchers over there and helping us make sure that everything's in line with them and they meet all our standards. So he's been very helpful with that, and Lieutenant Patrick Cullen as well with all the IT stuff and the fire part. So that all being said, all the thank yous, the real thank you too goes to the patrol officers, the lieutenants. This is a lot of stuff. It's a lot of policies, a lot of standards, a lot of change. Change is hard for people, and we just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing and being transparent with everyone. President Obama's 21st Century Policing back in 2015, the biggest thing about it was trust and legitimacy. With this, we have that. We can give that to our community. We have a third party coming in, being the commission, to look at what we're doing and make sure we're doing things right. So we can serve the town, serve the people in the town in the best possible way. That all being said, we just did our mock assessment for accreditation in February, and everything went great. A thing that typically takes 3 to 4 days, we were done in a day and a half. So that's a good thing because of the way that the system was organized. So we did that. Coming up in the third week of March, we'll have our actual assessment where members of the commission will come, and then officers from other communities will come and do the actual assessment and make sure we're still in line. And we have no doubt that we are not. So hopefully after the commission meets in May, then in July we'll be officially accredited as well. So very exciting stuff. We're very proud of what everyone's done and the help we received from everybody, the support from Chief Laurie, Deputy Chief Minardi, Lieutenant Luce, Lieutenant Tompkins, even retired Lieutenant McLeod. He started this all too and helped us get the ball rolling. So, again, thank you. Any questions we can answer? We'd be more than happy.
I'd just like to add one thing. So, couple of things, again, to highlight. To my knowledge, we're the first department in the Commonwealth to utilize Power DMS to do your assessment. So even though, yes, they're working a lot of overtime, I want to know we're saving money in other areas. The lieutenant wrote a grant. A lot of the overtime software and different upgrades we did came through that grant. So we are thinking outside the box, and we're hoping that being part of MPAC, that it puts us on the map, we get a second look. I keep telling you, we put in for COPS Fast Grant and different things, and we haven't qualified, and hopefully some of these grants will open up to us. But I'm sure Peter's happy to hear that. We're saving a lot of paper. We pretty much have gone paperless over at the police department with our records. So, but like I said, just to close, if you have any questions for us, that's great. But I can't thank the staff enough at the risk of being redundant, and we're basically there. The tough part is over, and now it's just to continue the mission, making sure that Westborough is committed to best practices.
Thank you to all of you. Really appreciate it. Great job. Congratulations, too. It's hard work, but great job. Open up the questions from the board.
Sure, I'll go first. I just have one comment and one question. Absolutely outstanding. This is exactly what I would like to see from our police department as far as the ability for us to share with the community and the state the quality of our police department. So really big kudos to the whole team. Fantastic work. So very proud of it. And I will just say that I'm really inspired by the fact that, Lieutenant Daniels, you're evidently being looked at as a mentor to other communities, and that just speaks volumes to the work that you guys have done here. So you should be very proud of that. My question is one around, I'm a data wonk, and love to see the data. And I'm just curious, these reports that you're producing, is there an anticipation that like a resident will be able to during the accreditation process or post-accreditation, that the community will be able to see, hey, how did you do in those categories? Is that something that will be shared, or how does that happen?
I think so. I mean, the whole premise behind this is as Sergeant Shipwreck, is transparency. So, if somebody wanted our numbers, we have them. That's not something that we would have had readily available in the past.
Right.
But now if you were to go to the chief and say, hey, I want your use of force analysis, he goes on a Power DMS, hits one button, it comes up, here you go. That's it. And that's what we're trying to do. And not to say that we didn't collect the data before, but now we have to put it together, because this is what they're looking for every 18 months.
Right.
They come in and they say, okay, I want to see 1114, pull out that folder. We got to pull the folder. They have to go through it and make sure that everything, and they're checking for every single time they come back. And then we're supposed to compare the two trends. So let's say we have use of force analysis for 2022. Next year when they come back, they want to see that we've done a comparison and we're showing, that there's variables. They don't want to see the same numbers. There's going to be some variables, depending on our interaction. So to answer your question, yes, that would be available.
That's fantastic. I mean, this really speaks to quality assurance of the policing in our community. So, again, thank you. Really appreciate the work here.
Alan?
No questions, but thank you for, congratulations on the certification, and thank you for a job very well done. Thank you.
Sean?
No, I would just say you're very, very impressive. Thank you. Thank you very much for your hard work. Much appreciated.
Shelby?
Yeah, echoing the thanks and congratulations. It is just a monstrous amount of work that you all have taken on and achieved. So congratulations. I want to, I think that transparency fuels the trust. Sergeant, you spoke to that. And I think that throughout this presentation, I kept thinking, not that there wasn't professionalism anyway in the department, but the level of professionalism that you all expect within the department, and that is a requirement of this certification and ultimately accreditation, I think becomes a real attraction to other officers. I want to be part of that. And if officers don't, then we probably don't want them to be part of our team, our department. I want to thank the town as well for its support up to this point, for budgets and staffing and so on and so forth, and the go forward, because this is not without other budgetary impacts going forward. And I hope that the town will continue to support it. And finally, I'll say that would love to have you guys on a TV show to really get this communication out, to make sure the community, understands what's going on. So.
We can bring Joe too.
All right. Yeah. No. Well, Joe gets his own show.
And
Joe show. We'll call it the Joe.
The sergeant brought up a really good point. President Obama's 21st Century Policing Report, it holds true to this day, even more so. Budgetary issues, public image, retention, employee hiring. So I'm really proud that this staff has embraced that model, of policing, and can wish Joe Sabati and Sergeant Shipper and I luck as we take the polar plunge for Special Olympics on Friday, because that's what we're about. We're about really supporting our community and helping others, and I think this program kind of demonstrates that we really set the professional standard very high. And I thank you as the chief, and I thank past town meetings, Christy and her whole team, fellow department heads, for their support, because it was a team effort to get this done. And I say this all the time, Westborough special, and I'm very proud to be a part of that team. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you very much. And once again, congratulations from all of us, and please pass that back to the entire force. This is,
Now you get to
Tremendous.
attest to my good moral character.
that is not, they're watching behind you, so. Okay, so that is our final thing, is a post-attestation to good moral character fitness for employment for Chief Laurie.
Would you like a motion?
Sure.
Or is there something else you need to add?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Something.
Okay. So I move to authorize the chair to act on behalf of the select board, the appointing authority for the police chief position, by attesting to Chief Laurie's good moral character and fitness for employment as required by post.
Second.
Okay, and just, I should have said this up front, but this is the post-attestation was in our package, but the chief is requesting that the board, as the appointing authority of the chief, that we complete the attestation signature page attesting to it. That motion was, so that was what we're doing while you're here. So it's, motion was made, and I think people fought over seconding it, as I saw. So any comments or questions on that? There's no question here. So all those in favor? It's 5-0.
Thank you,
being
Chief.
Present.
Thank you for the
very
majority
much.
vote. Thank you.
Great job. Okay, next on the agenda is article presentations and updates on budgets for annual town meeting. First on, I'm just going to go through the list. So first on the agenda is Animal Control Police Department.
I feel like I'm monopolizing the meeting.
Can I just, before you get started, the most current version of the warrant is on your desk. There's also copies here on the end of the desk for folks in the audience if you want to see that.
They're a really tough act to follow. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So the changes I'm proposing this year for animal control, the bylaw are fairly simple. I'd like to add a couple of definitions. The definition of emotional support animal, the definition of service dog. A little further on down in the section on licenses and tags, there's a final sentence that says dogs shall also wear identification tags identifying the owner. I'd like to take that out. The dog license itself actually does, for me, identify the owner. I'm not trying to require people to go out and buy an additional tag. It just seems to be a holdover, and I think I missed it before. A little further on down in the requirement to license dogs, it says April 1st. It should say, I'm sorry, it says January 1st. It should say April 1st. We don't start charging late fees until the beginning of April. All the dog licenses run from January 1st through December 31st of the year, so the following first business day after January 1st before they can get the license for the new year. I'm sorry, I've got a frog in my throat. It's going around. And I don't start charging people for failing to license until well after April 1st. A little bit further on down, the section that says this provision, I'm going to change to these provisions, shall not apply to a dog specially trained to lead, service, or serve a blind, deaf, or handicapped person. I'd like to take out that phrase and just insert the term service dog.
Where is that one?
Page-
It
section
is,
4, page 34.
yeah, it's in section, in the
Okay.
restraint section.
Yep.
I'm going through these very quickly. And I'm going to back up just one paragraph and I'd like to add, hello, you lost me. I didn't touch anything. Hello? Nope, both off.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Oh, that was me.
Oh,
I was just checking to see if ours went off. But
Oh,
there we go.
There you go. You're back.
I'm back. Sorry. Under the functioning electronic collar, I'd just like to add a little bit of verbiage for people to keep their pets away from other people that just don't want the dogs near them. I am getting complaints from one individual. I haven't seen it occur, and the few people in the park that I know of, that some of the walking groups, they all agree that that's kind of reasonable. They're not seeing it in their groups, but if it's going on, we can at least say, people, be reasonable, keep the animal away from people that are like, stay away from me. And that's it.
Great. Any questions? These are all marked up in
Can
the
I
warrant.
just ask a question? Melinda, I fully understand why you've, in section 3A, why you're removing the requirement to wear identification tags. From your purpose, you have access to the license, which determines the owner. However, for residents who might come across a dog, wouldn't an identification tag that said this is, Molly and, her owner such and such be helpful to have?
It could be. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm saying I don't think it's appropriate to require it of all dog owners. They're required under state law to have a license.
Yep.
There actually is a state law that says they're supposed to wear the license tag.
Yep.
And I do have a microchip reader. I can read from microchips. I'm simply not adding an additional tag on top of the rabies tag, the license tag.
Sure. So, to that point then, does our bylaw require the dog to wear the license?
That's in state law. And I believe the bylaw does accept all of Chapter 140, Section 136 to 174F. So it's in there.
Okay.
D.
Okay, it does, yep, yep. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Anybody else?
Any other questions? Great.
Yeah.
Melinda,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is the citizens petition that we have.
And for each, just for the public following along, can
Yeah,
we
I'm
just
just
read
calling
what
it. I was
article?
looking
Thank
at,
you.
yep, so I apologize if I did it
No,
last
that's okay.
time, so thank you for that.
Appreciate
So
it.
this is the last, this is Article 39 on the newest warrant. And this is the citizen petition to abandon the Westborough Climate Action Plan. Mr. Conklin.
The slides are coming up. Okay, so yeah, abolish the Westborough Climate Action Plan.
Actually, Mr. Conklin, if you just want to announce yourself for the record so people watching and here know who you are.
Boyd Conklin, 8 Water Street.
Thank you.
So abolish the Westborough Climate Action Plan. So that's what I'm trying to do. The Westborough Climate Action Plan is non-binding to the Select Board. Pete Dunback here and Sustainable Westborough came up with it in 2019 and passed it at the town meeting, 200 to 20, to set up a commission to build the Climate Action Plan, and then it went to the Select Board in 2021, and you guys approved it 5-0. It never went through the Advisory Finance Committee that I could find any paper trail for. But anyways, so I'll just go on with the presentation. Can I go back one, please? So climate change denier might be a term that the people that are in for this climate action plan and all that entails, which is for all intents and purposes zero carbon, net zero. We've seen the feds and the state and the town buy into it, by and large, from what I've seen for various things. So I bring up the Inflation Producing Act, or Inflation Reduction Act, that was just passed by the feds for $1.7 trillion in this thing. Also mentioned most of the money in there is subsidies, like $400 billion, and so us as taxpayers of Westborough, we're paying for all these subsidies. You talk a lot about how much free money, grant money you're getting and all this kind of thing, but all this, and for the solar panels and various remodel jobs on buildings and stuff like that. But that's all taxpayer money still. And so there's no free money for any of this stuff. Also, the idea that electricity is a service as opposed to like a commodity kind of thing, and the benefits of carbon dioxide. So, and I guess we're Article 39 now. It was 37 a couple days ago. Next, please. So, I'm not a climate denier. Rising levels of CO2 in the atmosphere seem to be the cause of average global temperatures increase of 1.3 degrees Celsius per 100 years, which seems to be the cause of sea level rise. And the current sea level rise is about 1 foot per 100 years. Although other explanations are also possible besides carbon dioxide. Some of these things might be additive or subtractive to the temperature rise or the sea level rise. So why abandon the plan? The United States is spending, or should, or might spend $50 trillion to reach zero carbon emissions by 2050. To perhaps shave off 1/10 of a degree Celsius off this 1.3 degrees Celsius that is the current rate of increase of temperature. And so I think that's irresponsible use of money for the citizens of Westborough and the citizens of the country. And the other 1.2 degrees per 100 years is predominantly China and India, who are not doing much about carbon dioxide. So it's a detriment to us in the United States, and as we've moved and are presently moving our manufacturing base to China and India and other places because of the cost of manufacturing here. The Westborough financial impact of the Westborough Climate Action Plan: subsidies are not free money. Westborough pays for all of them one way or another, once again. The failed school net zero, perhaps $50 million alone after you bring in the financing for the solar and the geothermal, as far as I can see in the calculation from what I've seen. For instance, changing out the Westborough school buses, which is in the plan, and the school committee talks about it. $150,000 for a diesel bus versus $300,000 to $400,000 for an electric one. Changing out the rest of the municipalities' vehicles. I see on the town warrant, we've got for the DPW, Department of Public Works, where you're forcing the citizens to buy hybrid vehicles, and there's thoughts that you want to change everything in town by the plan, and by the way some people talk to, everything's electric. And so this plan is twice the cost of what it would be for just buying gasoline vehicles and that kind of thing. And the electric fuel costs more than the gas costs as far as the fuel. So when people talk about the fuel costs, that and that it's cheaper, it's not. There's all kinds of propaganda out there pushing this, as you can see across federal and state and local here. The people that are pushing the net zero or the climate action plan pretty much have the floor, and the contrarian position is, from my viewpoint, is shut out pretty much. So also this town is putting in a bunch of solar arrays that are very expensive and this kind of thing too, and we'll talk about that in a minute. So the mandating and suggestions on net zero remodels and new developments, as far as like charging stations and things that that the board has wanted to see in, and the planning boards have wanted to see in development that come in, as far as like, so how many charging stations are you going to put in, or this kind of thing. So you're forcing extra cost on manufacturers or businesses to comply with this thing too, as far as I can tell. Whatever the federal government does, Westborough government takes hook, line, and sinker. So from what I've seen this as far as with the COVID, the vaccination programs, the masking, the vaccination stuff, and this kind of thing. With the health department, whatever the WHO says, and then the feds, pretty much Westborough Health Department just passes it as it implements it as it comes down. So I see that the Westborough government tends to just take whatever the feds and the state move along and just move that out. Next, please. So this is the 1 foot per 100 years. This is sea level, average sea level data on sea levels over a large period of time. So it's repeating episodes where the sea level rises. So this is over the thousands of years, millions of years. The sea level rises 400 feet and falls 400 feet in the glaciation kind of business. Since the last glacial maximum 22,000 years ago, sea level has risen about 400 feet. So I don't see any problem with 1 foot per 100 years that we need to be throwing all this money at it, kind of thing. That's the point of this thing here. As far as consensus goes, a lot of what is heard is everyone agrees and there's a consensus and there's no one that doesn't agree, kind of thing, or anybody that does is way out of line. So what is correct in science is not determined by consensus, but by experiment and observations. Historically, scientific consensus has often turned out to be wrong. The greatest scientists in history are great precisely because they broke with consensus. The frequent assertion that there is a consensus behind the idea that there is an impending disaster from climate change is not how the validity of science is determined. To quote the profoundly true observation of Michael Crichton, if it's consensus, it isn't science. If it is science, it isn't consensus. Next, please. So this is an article, the climate economy is about to explode. This is about the $1.7 trillion that the Feds just passed in the Inflation Production Act recently. The report suggests that the Inflation Reduction Act could be even bigger than Congress thinks. Credit Suisse, so they run this stuff through the Congressional Budget Office, but this is another firm that is taking a look at it. Published a research note about America's new climate law that went nearly unnoticed. The Inflation Reduction Act, the bank argued, is even more important than has been recognized so far. The IRA will have a profound effect across industries in the next decade and beyond, and could ultimately shape the direction of the American economy. The bank said the report shows that how even after the bonanza of climate bill coverage earlier this year, we're still only beginning to understand how the law works and what it might mean for the economy. The report made a few broad points in particular that are worth attending to. The first, the IRA might spend twice as much as Congress thinks. Many of the IRA's most important provisions, such as the incentives for electric vehicles and zero carbon electricity, are uncapped tax credits. That means that as long as you meet their terms, the government will award them. There's no budget or limit written into the law that restricts how much the government can spend. The widely cited figure for how much the IRA will spend to fight climate change, $374 billion, is in a large part determined by the Congressional Budget Office estimate and how much those tax credits will get used. But that estimate is wrong. The bank claims, in fact, so many people and businesses will use those tax credits that the IRA's total spending is likely to be more like $800 billion, double what the CBO projects. And because federal spending tends to catalyze private investment, that could send total climate spending across the economy to roughly $1.7 trillion over the next 10 years. That's significantly more money flowing into green energy industries than the CBO projected, though it's unclear if that additional money will lead to more carbon reduction than earlier analysis have projected. And next, please. So this is another article here. Environmentalism offers emotional relief and spiritual satisfaction, giving its adherents a sense of purpose and transcendence. Between 2009 and 2017, the price of solar panels per watt declined by 75%, while the price of wind turbines per watt declined by 50%. And yet, during the same period, the price of electricity in places that deployed significant quantities of renewables increased dramatically. We lose the mic here, in and out. Electricity prices increased by 51% in Germany during its expansion of solar and wind energy, 2006 to 2016. 24% increase in California during the solar energy build-out from 2011 to 2017, and over 100% in Denmark since 1995, when it began deploying renewables, mostly wind and earnest. And so we've got a lot of solar that's been deployed so far here in Westborough. So what gives? If solar panels and wind turbines became so much cheaper, why did the price of electricity rise instead of decline? The main reason appears to have been predicted by a young German economist in 2013. In a paper for energy policy, Leon Hirth estimated that the economic value of wind and solar would decline significantly as they became a larger part of the electric supply. The reason? their fundamentally unreliable nature. Both solar and wind produce too much energy when societies don't need it, and not enough when they do. Solar and wind thus require that natural gas plants, hydroelectric dams, batteries, or some other form of reliable power be ready at a moment's notice to start churning out electricity when the wind stops blowing and the sun stops shining. And unreliability requires solar and or wind heavy places like Germany, California, and Denmark to pay neighboring nations or states to take their solar and wind energy when they are producing too much of it. So Hertz predicted that the economic value of wind on the European grid would decline by 40% once it becomes 30% of the electricity, while the value of solar would drop by 50% when it got to just 15% of the supply. Next. So this is a couple of graphs by this guy. The one is for the wind power, and there it shows the solar. So it's continuing. The more you get past those numbers, 30% and 15%, the economic value of them continues to decline. And the point is that these are intermittent things, and so they can't be relied on for your demand. So by reporting on the declining costs of solar panels and wind turbines, but not on how they increase electricity prices, journalists are intentionally or unintentionally misleading policymakers and the public about these two technologies. And we see this propaganda all the time about how great all this stuff is. But we need to be looking at the numbers and the financial aspects of it. Next, please. So the story of how California's electric system got to its current state is a long and gory one, Bushnell wrote, but the dominant policy driver in the electricity sector has unquestionably been a focus on developing renewable sources of electricity generation. Part of the problem is that many reporters don't understand electricity. They think of electricity as a commodity when in fact it is a service, like eating in a restaurant. The price we pay for the luxury of eating out isn't just the cost of the ingredients, most of which, like solar panels and wind turbines, have declined for decades. Rather, the price of services like eating out and electricity reflect the cost not only of the few ingredients, but also their preparation and delivery. This is a problem of bias, not just energy illiteracy. Normally skeptical journalists routinely give renewables a pass. The reason isn't because they don't know how to report critically on energy. They do regularly when it comes to non-renewable energy sources, but rather because they don't want to. That could and should change. Reporters have an obligation to report accurately and fairly on all issues they cover, especially ones as important as energy and the environment. A good start would be for them to investigate why, if solar and wind are so cheap, they are making electricity so expensive. Next, please. So this is a graph here on carbon dioxide levels. So you see the top left, there's ppms, 2,000 ppms, 4,000 ppms. Currently, here we're at 420 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And the point of this graph is to show on the left side there is the degrees Kelvin, which is the same as 1 degree Kelvin is 1 degree Celsius. So this is a 1 degree Celsius rise there, 288 to 290, that's 2 degrees Celsius in between there. But it shows that the first line that comes up from zero there, that is the 500 parts per million mark, and then in between the 2,000 there we're expected to hit about 1,000 parts per million carbon dioxide, and by this graph 2150, And then by 2,300, we would be up around 2,000 parts per million. Now, a lot of people that talk about carbon dioxide, they see like any increase in carbon dioxide as some kind of tipping point, and the whole world's going to come to an end. Actually, the carbon dioxide level that we're at right now is historically low over the billions of years that the planet has been here. So I'm not worried about 2,000 or perhaps 4,000 parts per million. So, but the point of this graph is that as you increase the carbon dioxide content, that it doesn't have the greenhouse effect on the atmosphere of raising the temperature. You see the slope change to almost flat. And so as you increase more carbon dioxide, it has lesser and lesser effect. So this is the complicated physics, science of stuff here. Radiative forcing is what the people talk about as far as is the change in the net downward minus upward radiative flux expressed in watts per meter squared at the tropopause, or top of atmosphere, due to a change in an external driver of climate change, such as a change in the concentration of carbon dioxide or the output of the sun. New estimates of radiative forcing due to well-mixed greenhouse gases. And so there's the reference there, kind of thing. So anyways, so if we look at the 1750 and 2150, so we've got 2.5 degrees Celsius rise. And once again, as I've stated before, we're seeing 1.3 degrees Celsius per 100 years is what the current rising level is. Next, please. So another thing I wanted to talk about is what is pushed in journalism and everywhere else, the propaganda of the state and the feds and and this kind of thing. So you often hear that there's more with more carbon dioxide. It's causing more fires, more tornadoes, more whatever it is. I mean, you watch the weather report, and it seems every paragraph ends with "and climate change." So it's very pervasive. Anyways, this is to show the sustainable Westborough might push the first graph on the left as far as this shows the climate calamity that's happening with the carbon dioxide rising, the U.S. annual tornado count. And so using this data, you come up with that graph, but if you take the what's termed F3 plus tornadoes, which is what you could actually measure back in the 50s to the 80s, and calculate those bigger tornadoes, because currently we're able by various technologies to track more tornadoes than we could before. So that's why you come up with the left graph. But if you take a tornado of certain magnitude that even in the 50s we were able to track, then you're able to actually get a tornado count of magnitude, which is actually more like it. And you see the actual trend is that we're having less tornadoes of less magnitude. So challenging net zero, government regulations and actions as fatally flawed science in court, Congress, and agencies when they fabricate or admit contradictory data, rely on models that do not work, and IPCC government options, omit the extraordinary social benefits of fossil fuels and CO2, and omit the disastrous consequences of reducing fossil fuels and CO2 emissions to net zero. Reject the science that there is no risk of catastrophic global warming caused by fossil fuels and carbon dioxide. So next, please. So once again, so here's like the projections we have in this graph here. Hansen, the IPC 2007, 1990 kind of thing. So we see these projections. And so also for the last 50 years, the word has been the world is going to end if we don't do something immediately in 10 years and this kind of thing. And for all intents and purposes, nothing has been done. The level keeps rising, and we yet have no problems, as far as I can see, besides the sky is falling or something. Anyways, Professor Richard Feynman, Nobel laureate in physics, incisively explained the scientific method. We compare the result of a theory's computation to nature, compare it directly with observations to see if it works. If it disagrees with experiment, it is wrong, and that simple statement is the key to science. And so this is his book, a book he published, kind of things. But as we see, all these projections have been way overblown. The green part of this graph here is the actual change in temperature per decade. And so that gets us to the like the 1.3 degrees Celsius per century. Government opinion. Nobel, once again, Feynman here, put it unambiguously. No government has the right to decide on the truth of scientific principles. The meaning of it all, that's where he published this at. The importance of the scientific principle that government does not determine science was chillingly underscored recently in Sri Lanka and earlier in Russia under Stalin. Ideologically driven government mandates on agriculture have usually led to disaster. One of us in this group explained, the world has just witnessed the collapse of the once bountiful agricultural sector in Sri Lanka as a result of government restrictions on mineral nitrogen fertilizer. And this is part of the net zero business. And so this is just this year, this is last year. Earlier in Russia, Stalin made Trofim Lysenko the czar of Russian biology and agriculture, named him. False biology prevailed for 40 years in the Soviet Union because Lysenko gained dictatorial control, providing one of the most thoroughly documented and horrifying examples of the politicization of science. Lysenko was strongly supported by scientists who benefited from his patronage. Millions died as a result of his ruthless campaign against science in agriculture. So this is the thing today with the peer review and the science we see in journals. This stuff has got to agree with the climate hysteria, or it doesn't get published, it doesn't get federal grants, it doesn't get state grants, and so the whole system is in this same mode here as the one in Russia. Next, please.
Ms. Cock, I just want to know how much further you have here. Part of this is, this when you go to town meeting, if you haven't talked to the moderator yet, he will talk.
You get 10 minutes?
10 minutes, yeah.
Now, what am I at now, Ian?
Yeah, a little bit longer than that. But
do we know?
Yeah,
How long?
probably about 20.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. I think I've got pretty much pictures left.
okay.
What am I on? Slide? 11. Okay. It looks like pictures left. We go bring it down.
Okay, so bring it down.
Bring it home.
We'll start over again. No. And I've got the planning board and the finance committee too. So have to work on it. Okay, so once again, so this is the last 600 million years, and so it shows the average global temperature there in blue and the atmospheric carbon dioxide. We see that there's no visible relationship between temperature and carbon dioxide level. The Carboniferous period there in the center is when all the coal was produced, and when we had a bunch of plants growing, and then you can see the carbon dioxide level going down to where it's like 200 or something like that, where all the plants die out because it's so low. Once again, the 400 parts per million now is very low compared to the general over time kind of thing. Next, please. So here's carbon dioxide in plants. So we've got, we're showing parts per million atmosphere that these plants are growing in, and so you see that all that happens when you have more carbon dioxide level is the plants grow better, you're going to have more crops produced and this kind of thing. So no problem there. Next, please. So Biden administration proposes to block half of current gas range models. So we're seeing the clamp down now on using anything but electric, and this is just recently. This is like the last 2 or 3 days. This week, this came out here, and so they're trying to make it impossible for you to heat your home with gas, and that's the idea in California. California and Massachusetts, the big progressive strongholds that will start implementing this stuff the most. So next, please. And so we've got the cars, the snow blowers, the lawn mowers, kind of thing. You know, this business of the net zero, it stops when we stop it. The new Massachusetts law will prevent the sale of new cars powered by gas or diesel beginning in 2035. As California had to go first according to federal law, and now states can piggyback on the California rule, which Governor Baker has pledged to do. So this is when he was in power, and so it's put forward. You know, this is where it's going, and the snowball's rolling down the hill. Next. And so too costly energy, no manufacturing, it's all offshoring. This is government, and this is the fate of us all. All right, thank you. Any questions?
Thanks, Boyd. Any questions?
No, but do appreciate all the work and information you put in our packets and obviously presented tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Pete, any questions?
No, I'm not taking them.
Okay.
That's for town meeting. Great, thank you. Okay, next up is Board of Health.
How's everybody?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Just want to pull those down a little bit.
Do you want to start? Why?
So the Board of Health has the one article on the warrant, which is the hazardous waste day, which we spoke to at the last meeting.
Yep.
And I didn't receive any additional questions. There was a request for the Board of Health to be here to talk about their fiscal '24 budget, which is inclusive of the department budget and also the landfill budget.
So I had a question regarding the budget, and as the board is aware, the communication the town has received through conversation from Waste Connections, formerly E.L. Harvey, is that there will be a significant increase to the town's contractual arrangement with said entity for disposal of trash through the new contract year in '24. So my question to the Board of Health was, well, first, I guess I would say that, you know, my hope would be there would be some negotiation. Jennifer and I had a conversation beforehand, so I know she's going to assure the board that even though numbers have been sort of shared, that was just an initial sharing and that conversations have yet to take place. but I'll let her speak to that. And so I just want to understand kind of how that, if those numbers are reflected in the budget, and that was really the question and why you're here tonight. So thank you.
Of course. So as you know, Waste Connections has decided to close their transfer station. They brought it to Christy, Dr. Ehrlich, and myself, and wanted to actually close it on June 30th, 2023. So we asked them to go back and find out if they would continue it for another year until June 30th, 2024, which they agreed upon. They also came back stating that the tonnage would increase to $100 a ton. And then we asked also to negotiate that a little bit, and he came back with $85 a ton. So he did negotiate on our part. However, the health department has yet to negotiate the contract for that fiscal year. Right now, as it stands, it's a $175,000 increase to our budget. We had to put that in there, but that doesn't mean that's the end result. I know that the health department, the Board of Health plans on getting feedback from you and also the Finance Committee on how to move, or your opinions on how to move forward. And that the Waste Management Committee is also bringing some ideas to you and to present at next month's meeting, I believe.
And
so that's
the current tonnage rate is 46 per ton, $46 per ton, correct?
it's 48 per ton.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
And it's increasing to 85 starting July 1st.
So just to answer the question about whether or not that's reflected in their budget books, it's not. We didn't know about the increase in your budget books. It was reflected in the presentation at the Budget Summit meeting in terms of the increase to the average single family. The new budget tables that I provided to you tonight also reflect that increase. And that is, just to sort of back up, that is how we typically handle this. So Jen, or whoever's in the public health director position, goes to Harvey's and gets the estimated increase in November, understanding that it's a fiscal year contract. So they're just like we are making estimates in November that are several months away. They give us an estimate, we include it in the budget, and then the actual annual contract is negotiated at a later date. So this is typical of how we would budget for it. It is just not a typical increase.
So what were their explanations for the significant, or do they provide explanations for the significant change in tonnage price?
Harvey's were very kind to us, and I knew that there was going to be an increase this year. Actually, last year he wanted to increase it tremendously, but the board kind of negotiated with him, and he said, okay, we'll just continue with the $2, but the following year there will be a greater increase. We're just not keeping up with the demand, and the price is not, we're not meeting that, and the price of the actual tonnage that is now on the books.
Yeah, I would just, I guess I will convey to the board that the Waste Management Exploratory Committee, of which I'm a member of, and Jennifer is as well, and Christy attends those meetings, et cetera. We're digging into those numbers. We're doing comparisons against other communities to really understand those numbers. Although it's not our charge to, it's very much in the Board of Health's responsibility to negotiate that contract, but to provide the information to hopefully help those negotiations for this next contract cycle. So it's really outside the scope of Waste Management Committee, but we certainly want to help that to stave off such large increases, which seem, seem excessive.
No, I think the comparison of other communities, and a lot of surrounding communities, as we know, don't have a landfill. They have whatever services they have. So, but trying to understand that would be helpful.
Yeah,
I
we're
think.
trying to do apples to apples and
Right.
make sure that the Board of Health has those questions. And of course, Dr. Ehrlich is part of that committee as well. So it's very much into it.
And we did discuss ending the contract early if we did have something in place for curbside or whatever we choose, and he is willing to not have the contract extend to June 30th, 2024. So it would be more of a monthly contract.
But
So we
the
wouldn't have to pay that $85 until June 30th, 2024 if we have another avenue.
And it's anticipated that the committee would be coming to the board toward the end of this month, March, or this month, I guess today's the 20th, in March, with its initial recommendation, kind of to feel out the board.
Other questions? That's a question you probably can't answer, but I'll throw it out there as, do you think this is a increase as incentive for us to move quicker out of utilization of the landfill?
I don't
You
know
don't
how
have
to answer that.
I just will throw out the question.
I'm not sure if I'm comfortable answering that,
Yeah.
actually, at this time.
No, that's fine.
I guess I would say it's an interesting coincidence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Alan Ehrlich, 6 Garfield Drive, Board of Health Chair. I don't think that's the reason. I think that they genuinely have run some numbers and think this is what they need to charge us. I think we need to be able to see the justification for that. But as Jen alluded to, last year, when we went from 46 to 48, the actual initial request was probably upper 50s or 60. And we were shocked by such a large increase, and they sort of reacted to that. So there was a sense, I think at Waste Connections, even last year, that they perceived Harvey's to have had negotiated a poor contract with the town. Whether that's true or not, we will see. But I think this is reflecting of how they think they should do business, and it's not an incentive one way or the other, because they don't have to keep it open to the end of 24. They already said, we'll stop at the end of 23, and then after we discussed that with them, they said, okay, we'll keep it going for one more fiscal year as a courtesy to the town to give us time to figure out an appropriate alternative.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
And they are a business, and they have to run it according to what their, you
Yep.
know, margins and.
Nope,
board-
that's fair.
Yep,
Thank
yep,
you.
It is.
Other questions?
Oh, thank you, Jim.
And I don't know, there's no questions on the article. I think we talked about that last time, but, and the rationale for moving it to the warrant. Great. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next is the library. And this one is, help me out, if someone,
Article 12.
Article 12, page 9 in our newest thing. Thank you.
Know them by heart now.
Keep changing them. Close it.
I thought Shelby was going to help me.
No, don't look to me.
Good evening. I'm Maureen Amiot, 6 Arch Street Library Director.
And I'm Mary Johnston, 5 Sandra Pond Road, Chair of the Library Board of Trustees. We are before you today seeking funds for a repair project at the Westborough Public Library. As you may recall from special town meetings in the fall, there are a number of issues that need attention at the library, and we're seeking funds for the design work to begin to address these issues. We heard the clear message last fall that the proposed expansion was too big and too expensive, and that voters wanted us to repair and reuse what we currently have. This article is our first steps in that process.
We're planning this to be a 3-phase project. It'll involve doing all the necessary repairs as one project over a short time period, rather than coming back again and again for piecemeal repairs. In order to bring the town the most cost-effective project, we're seeking funds now for the required studies, design work, a schematic design, and preliminary cost estimate. That work will take about 7 to 10 months. Once it's complete and we have the opportunity to share it and get public input and feedback, we'll bring another request for funding to create a detailed design, bid documents, and a solid cost. That work takes about a year, so we would plan to be back one final time in October 2024 or March of 2025 to seek funds to do that phase of the work. It's important to note that this project is going to repair the existing library building. We will not increase the square footage or expand the footprint. Part of the work may also include reconfiguration of the interior spaces so that we can maximize the efficiency of the way that we use our spaces.
What we are asking for today is a total of $459,000 to pay for the architectural design and engineering studies, including structural, electrical, hazmat, and fire protection, among others. This also includes funding for the owner's project manager, which is required by state law on all municipal projects expected to cost over $1.5 million.
So why are we doing a repair project? The original library was built in 1908, and the expansion was added in 1980. There are a number of issues that we'll talk about in a moment, including systems that are past the end of their expected life, no longer meet building or safety codes, and quite a few projects that were deferred in anticipation of a construction grant from our state agency. When town meeting rejected the renovation and expansion project in October and December, the $9.4 million grant was lost, but our need to repair the building remains. The current library has some major infrastructure issues that need attention. Two critical ones you may remember me talking about earlier, and Mary, are our electrical system and the roof, but there are many more. As we've mentioned before, the electrical infrastructure is inadequate for a modern library. In staff and public areas, we've had to seek help from an electrician to safely link power strips together in order to run all the computers that we need. There's no place to easily plug in a cell phone or charge a laptop, and we know how important those tools are for connection and research. Have you ever seen a light switch like this one? We have several that are connected to old knob and tube wiring in the old 1908 building. The beautiful slate roof on the 1908 building is original, so it's now 115 years old. Roofs of this type usually last 100 to 120 years. A full assessment is needed to determine the extent of repairs needed or whether replacement is warranted. Many of the tiles, as you can see, are cracked. Some are missing or broken, and the pins that hold them to the roof are deteriorating. You can also see here where non-matching materials were used in the past to replace missing tiles on part of the 1980 edition. The result is warped tiles that have soaked up water and need assessment to determine whether water is infiltrating into our attic space. The windows in the old building are the original single-pane windows that were installed in 1908. They're rotting and need replacement. The exterior woodwork is held together in places with putty and paint, and we can feel drafts coming in through the frames of most windows on the main floor. About 2 weeks after the December town meeting, we had a small fire in one of our ceiling-mounted fan units on the main floor of the library. A patron who was working nearby saw smoke and alerted the staff. Staff pulled the fire alarm and evacuated the building. That unit is offline right now while we assess whether to repair it for $8,000 or replace it for $25,000. The fan units throughout the building are from the 1980 edition and are past end of life. Parts are difficult to obtain, and our technician has had to fabricate parts in the past when they weren't available. At the very least, the fan units need to be replaced, but we will also study the cost to transition to electric heat pumps. Full electrification will be required by the town's climate action plan and by state law in the not-too-distant future. So that's a project we'll either do now or wait to do down the road. We know construction doesn't get less expensive, so if it's cost-effective to do it now, we will do so.
The study that we will complete in this phase will help us determine the complete picture of work that needs to be done. Again, these are some of the essential deferred maintenance items that are known issues. The architects and engineers will review all the past studies that have been done on the building and will take a deeper look at the things like the walls, the roof, and the windows, and doing testing borings, poking holes, and removing slate tiles to examine what's underneath. Engineering studies done by the architects and specialized consultants will include structural, fire protection, hazmat, plumbing, HVAC, and civil landscape. All of that data will be reported back to the Library Building Committee and shared with the public, and a plan will be formulated to fix the critical issues. This plan will give us a comprehensive planned approach to fixing building rather than something like the piecemeal approach that has proved to be expensive and extremely time-consuming at Hastings. The architects anticipate that defining and documenting the exact scope of the repairs will require a transparent process, including multiple public presentations, interactive meetings to raise awareness of the project and to gather feedback from the community. They plan to develop multiple scope scenarios, potentially with several add/deduct alternates. The design team will prepare a high-level design and narrative descriptions that will be the basis for a preliminary cost estimate. We would bring this resulting design and cost to a future town meeting for further discussion and to decide if we wish to go further into the design development and creation of biddable documents. It is expected that this repair project would trigger a full ADA compliance along with the other codes you see listed here.
So to sum it up, there are significant repairs that are needed on our aging library facility. We deferred many projects over the last 10 years with the plan that our state grant would help cover some of the costs. The grant is no longer available, but the need is still critical. The building cannot continue to operate in the condition that it's currently in, and funding this design work is the first step toward getting the repairs done that are needed. We heard the message from town meetings in the fall that residents want us to keep the building as it currently exists and fix the problems. Voting yes and supporting this article will allow us to begin this critical and time-sensitive work. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board? Makes sense, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is the DPW. Chris?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I have updates on two articles. The first one is I think it's Article 28. I know the new version, Probably so changed again. it's related to water restrictions. It's been a placeholder. We added the bylaw. It's now in there as a draft. And I just wanted to quickly summarize the purpose for that. So the town currently has a bylaw regarding water restrictions. It also has a select board policy on water restrictions, and we have a Water Management Act permit that specifies guidance related to water restrictions. And those three documents are not really aligned very well, and so this is really just, with one exception, this is really just housekeeping and cleaning up some paperwork so that we have one document to turn to that tells us what the authorities are for imposing water restrictions on the town. The one exception is that this bylaw proposes to make water restrictions apply to not only users of the public water system, but also private well owners. And that was based on discussion really with town council and their exposure to other towns and the realization that this is consistent with many other towns. It's also something that is recommended by the DEP. We actually get water credits, which is important for a Water Management Act permit where we're required to do conservation measures. So we get credits for having a bylaw that has this, and the rationale is that everybody's drawing essentially from the same groundwater. And so when you drive down certain roads in this town and there's large private properties, commercial properties that are using sprinklers, that we always get phone calls about, why is that sprinkler running on this nice big property? It's because they're under the current bylaw, we can't impose restrictions on private wells, and this is, I think, a correction to something that should be done. So that's the major change outside of just basically cleaning up the documentation.
Okay, questions?
Chris, can you explain a little bit more about you mentioned DEP credits? Can you explain what that means, and is there a monetized value back to the town that you could describe for us?
Yeah, it's
Actually, we can't shut them.
I'm not, you can shut. You can't shut them.
We can shut,
Pete,
Pete,
you have to leave that one open.
You gotta leave it open. But we can shut this one, right? Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead, sorry.
So it is a related topic, but probably worth the whole discussion separate, but I'll give you kind of the summary version.
Yeah.
So we have a Water Management Act permit. It's been up for renewal for several years. We actually just provided our most recent response. It's been a back and forth between DEP. So the town is authorized a certain amount of water that they can take out of the ground, or not just out of the ground, but out of the surface water, whatever, that we can use.
Yep.
And that there's different levels of that water amount. And so we make a case for a certain level, and it's kind of this back and forth negotiation. They say yes, but you have to do this as a
Carrot?
yeah, as a result of that.
Yeah.
So there's certain things that we can do to get these credits. These credits equate to gallons of water, like tens of thousands of gallons of water. And so there's a whole bunch of things that we can do. Many of them cost lots of money. This is changing a bylaw and adding this provision, which seems, at least why we're recommending it, because we think it makes sense, is a relatively easy thing to do to get these credits. So that's not the only reason we're doing it, but that's certainly a significant benefit to it.
Okay.
So hopefully that sort of answers the question.
Yeah. How many private residential water users do we have versus commercial?
Private.
Property. So how many private property wells are there?
I don't know off the top of my head.
I'm just trying to, the reason for the question is to understand the impact of this. You know, I don't know offhand, like, is it 30% of the town is on well water as a residential, or?
I think it's probably closer to 80% of the town is on public water. There are properties that have public water, but also have
A well.
An irrigation well.
Yep.
So I think between us and the Department of Health, we could figure out that number, but I don't know it off the top of my head.
I'm just trying to understand, you know, kind of the impact of this aspect of the change. So the majority of the change, or you said that some of this change is really kind of administrative cleanup of the bylaw. I'm trying to understand kind of the portion of the public that will potentially be resistant to this, with the understanding that I have a private well, and
Yeah.
you know, and understand that impact. And what portion of commercial, do you know what percent of commercial properties have private wells?
I don't know.
Are there any?
Yes.
Okay, there
yes.
are some.
Yeah.
Okay.
The private side is definitely the minority, but I couldn't tell you the numbers.
All right. I think that information would be helpful for scope of understanding the what I'll say is sort of the greater impact of this change. So I would encourage you to have that for town meeting.
We can certainly have that, and I recognize there's an impact to those users, but they also have an impact on the town. So it's a kind of a two-way street.
Yep.
And so I don't know that
Well, that's why I think the information is helpful for both
Yeah.
public and private users.
Yep.
I guess to that I would add that this will have an impact on folks with private wells, but the impact on people with private wells is no different than the impact on people who have public water service. If there's an outdoor watering ban, it would be the same for everyone. And so in many respects, it levels, it is equitable because it's this.
Yes, but the individuals who paid to put in that private well, for whether they were required for their actual potable drinking water or they did it for irrigation purposes or whatever, may just not feel that same way
I understand that.
about the importance of equity.
I was going to say that same thing. I think that wells for home use or wells for irrigation use, but part of it was my understanding, and I could be wrong here, but at some point in time, the town banned hooking up irrigation systems to town water, but allowed for people that want to do it to dig private wells for irrigation.
Right.
So people paid for it. Now we're saying that you paid for it, but you can't use it in times of this. So just throwing it out there. I think it's just got to be public. I understand the equitable. I'll be clear. I live in a neighborhood with a lot of people that have private wells. I don't water. I just use public water, so I'm stuck with the watering ban when it happens. But so I do think it's equitable. It's probably easier to monitor because there's questions I'm sure you get all the time about, hey, we have a water ban on and they're watering, and it's been okay. They get to check. Okay, they have a private well. They're pulling it from town water, et cetera. So.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, Ian, I think, I don't have the history either, but I suspect that those decisions were made at a time where the town was significantly smaller in population, both in residential as well as commercial, and it made sense at that time to put that in place. But we're all drawing from the same water aquifers.
Absolutely.
And that's the issue is that those need to be protected as much as possible.
Yep. No, I agree. I'm just more to Shelby's thing. I think it's just really the education, and I'm glad you brought it out and said this is the difference, and people should know that, and I think they do, and this is the start of it. So appreciate that.
I think that irrigation decision was 1996-ish.
Something like that,
so
yeah.
it was quite a long time ago.
Yep.
So do you know, Chris, and I'm going back probably before your time here, but do you know if in the history of Westborough we've ever considered when that change was made to allow for private wells, to address particularly lawn irrigation, et cetera, if we ever have contemplated charging more for that type of use, because that water does recharge to the ground. If you're irrigating your lawn, it goes back into the ground. Even though you're using it, some it evaporates, and I'm not a scientist, so I can't say what percent goes where. But there is a recharge element to that versus, water that you're using in your house for drinking and then, or other, bathing, etc. So have we ever considered charging more for that use because it's...
How would you do that? These are
Well,
private wells. You'd have to put a
I'll tell you
private well
exactly how-
meter on it? I mean,
and I may be getting a little off scope of here of this, but when in Maine, you have 2 meters. You have your house meter, and then you have an irrigation, meter, and it runs off of that. And
But is the irrigation coming from the town's water supply, or is it private? So I guess the question is, how do you do it for a private well?
well, I don't know about the mechanics of that, how you would read it, what have you. Smarter people than me can kind of figure that out. But in this case, my experience, it was coming from public source. But if you made it a requirement, I'm just saying it would, maybe that's, I understand that we want to better manage in our water supply and all of that, but I just don't think it's, water used for irrigation is not the same as water used in a house.
So we have the real estate agents don't call it septic anymore, it's now private sewer.
Sure.
Because it sounds fancier. So we have private water, private well, and private sewer. So all of our water use in our home recharges because it goes out through the tank and through the leach field and in. It's the reason our well is where it is, so far away from the leach field. So, I mean, I think that even so, there's recharge. My home does pull water. Now, I don't use there's an irrigation system for part of my lawn that was there. We've never used it because we were advised that if we didn't use it, our well pump would last an extra 10 years. And given the depth, that's a big savings. And so we're trying to preserve the system, and frankly, if the lawn's brown, so what? My opinion, personally, I know people take pride in their lawn, and that's fine too. But I think when we look at other areas of the country and sort of the trend, because they're having more water issues there than we are now here, but seeing where the trend line is, there are situations now where private well use for commercial and agriculture is drawing down the water table significantly, that there are entire communities that have lost water service. And we may not be close to that yet, but this is, I think, strategic long-term. In part of Director Pan's presentation previously, he talked about, in one of his prior presentations, a 50-year forward view, which is, can we recapture water coming out of our treatment plant for redistribution and recharge locally, rather than just having it go into the river and out to help maintain the local aquifers. And I think that is a critical resource.
Yeah, I think we get a little off track just because this would be more for debate.
Yeah.
Voting for or not, Chris is presenting it, I want to keep us back, but, so if there's questions for Chris on that, I think he's heard concerns, I think it'll be similar things that come to town meeting, but this is what's presented here. Any other questions related to the?
I just would say, I think that there should be consideration for investments that homeowners, property owners were required to invest in their property, and they didn't even have an option of a hookup, potentially. Again, that's why I asked the numbers. If they were required, again, I go back to kind of, where's their equity in this change? So I just think we need to understand that as we bring this forward. I'm not asking you to respond to it now, Chris. But I think it's going to be a sensitive subject, and we've got to, I think we've got to be prepared for that on town meeting floor.
Yeah, I just want to clarify a couple things, though. To take public water, you have to invest in that as well. You have to pay to connect. There's a connection fee that's pretty substantial. You have to, pay for the connection of the piping, all that. So there's a substantial investment there that someone made to connect to town water. And regarding the irrigation, so the irrigation that Ian mentioned, that's a irrigation system that's in the ground connected to the town water system that we no longer allow. But plenty of people who are connected to town water use sprinklers to sprinkle their water and recharge their yard just like the private well users. So it's not a difference of you can do this but you can't do that. Anybody that has water can water their grass. We're just saying when we apply restrictions based on concerns we have about our supply of water, that those restrictions should apply to everybody, because the water's all coming from the same place. So I just wanted to clarify the irrigation piece, because you can water your grass connected to town water.
Correct.
You just do it through a sprinkler if it's after 1996. So. But if there's no questions, I can keep moving.
Yep, let's go.
All right, the next one is, I think it's Article 26, is the stormwater utility, really just an update. So since we presented a couple of times to you earlier in January, since that time, we had a public information session. Not a very significant attendance, but we did get a lot of good feedback, a lot of good questions. We're turning a lot of that
those comments and questions back into, like, we're doing a turnaround to get that into some fact sheets and some more digestible products that we can then share with the community as more information to help them understand what the proposal is. The second thing we've done is we provided you a draft bylaw. The bylaw we provided you back in January is not the same version that's in this warrant. The two really significant changes, and they're not really significant, but the two changes that are noteworthy are based on feedback you gave in the meetings. So Section 5 of the bylaw talks about rates, and we modified that paragraph so that gives you as a select board a little more flexibility in terms of implementation if we get to that point, and how we do that regarding rates. Because the one we provided you originally was very specific. We generalized this so that, again, just gives some flexibility for future steps. The second one is in Section 8 regarding exemptions. There was some discussion we had about exemptions and who can get them. So the bylaw outlines some very specific ones, but there's also a clause in there that says the select board can basically authorize whatever you want as an exemption through a policy that you publish. Last thing I'll say on the utility is just that, as a reminder, the town meeting vote is basically the town committing to moving forward. You're not setting rates. There's still lots of opportunity for discussion. It's a commitment that the town would be making to a long-term strategy for funding our stormwater infrastructure. And that's, I think, an important point. And this is not let's just do it this year and we're done. This is a long-term strategic decision the town should make, and whether they choose to or not, but we're making a decision that's long-term about how we want to fund our stormwater infrastructure. And so the town meeting vote is, do we want to commit to that? And then the second vote is, if we do, then we pay some money and go through the process of implementing.
Can I just add, Chris, that when town council went through the stormwater bylaw in section 11, related to appeals and hearings, there was some prescriptive language about how to get an abatement and timelines around that. She sort of simplified the paragraph that's in front of you, which is just that they would make a petition to the select board and go through a process there if there was some sort of appeal, which I sent to Chris and he's agrees with.
In support of that. Questions? Thanks for continuing to move this forward.
So,
I was hoping that more people would show up for. Yeah. Yep.
no question on that article. Are we going to talk about other articles
Yep.
that are related to? Okay.
I think you have others.
I'm done.
Okay, then go.
All right. Yeah, I had questions in regards to Articles 23 and 24. So Article 24 basically boils down to, no pun intended there, connecting the new well into the system for $597,500. And then Article 23 is the building of the PFAS treatment capability to deal with the Chauncey wells. So my question to you is, and I apologize, I really should have asked this question when we met back at the budget summit, and I left there thinking about this question. We are bringing online another well that we've paid money for, and going to put another over $500,000 into connecting it to the system. Where are we with our current water consumption against our current water well and an aquifer capability? And the heart of my question really boils down to, what is the need to actually bring the two Chauncey wells back online and require a $6.5 million addition to deal with that PFAS? Why not just leave those offline, bring this new well online, and how long would that get us in our water consumption across the town?
I think it's absolutely essential that we bring those two wells back online for sort of what we related to earlier about water supply and redundancy. And
so our wells are not all drawing from the same subbasins, and there's permits associated with each of those subbasins and how much we can draw from each of those subbasins. And so we certainly want the flexibility to be able to draw from different locations based on whatever circumstances may come up. So we could have a well go down today for some reason. It could be a mechanical reason, it could be a contamination issue, and if we have to shut that down, we have to go somewhere else for water. And so we want to get our well, those two wells, back online as quickly as possible, in my opinion. As quickly as possible is if we say tonight we have the money, if today was town meeting and town meeting voted yes on the PFAS mitigation, it's still, I think it's about 2 years before we'll have that treatment system in place and functioning.
Mm-hmm.
So if we were to kick this down the road, anything we kick it down is 2 years plus that kick. And so we'd be looking at 3 years down the road. So we're still 2 years away, even if we say yes now. So for redundancy's sake, I think we need to do it now. So that's my opinion on the Chauncey wells. The well that we're connecting, as I mentioned, a subbasin so each well is permitted for a certain amount of water. The well there's already an existing well there. This is basically a replacement to the well that exists. So that well, and I'm going to start throwing numbers, but basically 250 gallons per minute is what it can pump, or what we're authorized to pump, and we're getting less than 100 out of it. And so this new well will allow us to maximize our permit capability. So we'll get, if we want it, 250 gallons per minute out of that well, which is right now we can't. So that well was dug, and the process for digging this well started many, many years ago, with the search and then the permitting. So, I've been here 3 years, and it was before me. So, 3 to 5 years ago is when this process started, and it wasn't necessarily, although it does give us some redundancy. That wasn't really the purpose. The purpose was because the existing well doesn't provide the capacity it should, and so we wanted to replace it. So
makes sense. Thank you, Chris.
Other questions? Okay,
that's all I have.
perfect. Thank you. Okay, last is Hockomock Pond reuse.
This will be your quickest update. So the committee met on Monday, and essentially we are still waiting on proposal data and numbers for the work plan and for bid documents. So the committee voted in support of leaving the article on the warrant as presented before the board. And as soon as those numbers and detail are available, the committee will review them and then would plan to come forward to this board, finance committee, and as time would allow, other relevant boards for consideration of support. Essentially, if the data is not available in time for the socialization of that information before town meeting, I would anticipate that we would recommend to pass over that article at town meeting and then look to the fall.
Perfect. Any questions on that? I think that makes sense.
Quick one. So I know at town meeting, when we get there, amounts can change, but they can only change by a certain percentage. It can't be a significant change. So I guess if we don't have a number when we close the warrant today, like, how does that work?
It says a sum of money, so the motion will just specify the amount.
Come on. So we're okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
That's, trust me, that's not favorable to go into with a sum of money, but it is where we're at right now.
Okay.
Yes. That allows it because of the language there, but as you said, it's
If
not
it was,
the way
right,
we
if it
want to
was
do
a
it.
number and then we could only move it, Sean, to your point, some amount.
But if we don't give an amount, then we can say whatever. I mean, that's just
Yes.
why, I mean, but I guess
That's what's
It's
allowed
not-
under.
residents
not-
are forewarned,
Yeah, I
right?
mean, it's not common for us, but it is something, it is, other towns do it for all of their articles. I mean, you can do it that way. It's actually,
It's not our practice.
also, there's 2 articles on here that say a sum of money when you'll close the warrant tonight. The other one is the Hastings
Got it.
ADA compliance, because they haven't opened that bid yet.
That'll be much bigger.
Yes, that, the Hockomock number will be much smaller.
Okay. Fair enough.
Do you have any
Thank
questions?
Thank you.
You expect, though, to get numbers?
Fully expect to get numbers. I will also say that we're also exploring grant opportunities through, I always forget, EPA.
Okay.
We wouldn't have that information, but we'd have some potential there.
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay. I think that was all that we had. Was there anything additional on?
One quick question, so, for the library, building improvements number 12, the amount's $360,000, so I guess that's sort of in the range of borrow or use free cash.
So it's actually proposed as a borrow because the total project will be such that we would need to borrow. So when we do that, we wrap it all up together.
Okay.
And that's why we say it requires a 2/3 vote. That was my
Correct.
interpretation. But
Right.
we were
Okay. Confirming. All right, thank you.
I can kind of walk through some of the other articles if you want, or we can do it at the next, or actually, do you want me to speak to the website upgrade?
Yes. Yes.
yes.
So we've added an article today. It is Article 18, town website upgrade. So the request is a free cash transfer for $50,000 to upgrade and improve the town website, including all costs incidental and related thereto. This is a project that we have been looking to do for a while, and we had hoped that, and certainly given the town's goals and the board's goals of communication, prioritizing technology, this is a project that we had hoped to move forward in the next fiscal year. And we thought that we would be able to do it within budget, but we did get a quote today for $50,000 for the website upgrade. So while we may be able to negotiate that, we wanted to add this to the warrant so that we can move forward with the project. There are several communities that have already upgraded their website. We work with Civic Plus right now, so this would be an upgrade of that website. I think I did provide the board with some examples. The town of Wellesley has recently transitioned this upgrade, and their site is impressive. So encourage folks to look at that. The last time we did a website upgrade was in April of 2017, so it's been several years. As Mark said earlier today, in technology time, that's 100 years. So, but Mark can come to the next meeting so we can give you more of a presentation. But I did provide the board with a packet showing what the solution would include. So for the public, some of the things that it would include is an alert center. So it would send, in addition to putting the alerts online and they go out to folks who have signed up, it could also text message. There's a citizen request tracker, so it allows people to report a problem and provide follow-up. So it's a whole new module that we don't currently have. There's a dashboard, which could be unique to different residents. So things that they might typically go to when they log into the website, they would be able to have their own dashboard. There's a splash screen, so we can create a pop-up window so that once you get to the site, something pops up, so that if there's something that we really want to alert the community about, we can do it that way. In compliance with the committee handbook, there's an agenda center, agenda management center. There's a form management center, also document center. So all of these things that we're encouraging folks to make sure that it's online and accessible. It's just a more organized way to do that. I won't go through the whole thing. I did highlight some. There's frequently asked questions section. Facilities and reservations are online available. There's a whole job posting section that's where people can actually apply online, which we can't do right now. Mark got excited about the customizing of widgets on the website, which he can explain better than me, and Alan's excited about it too. But right now, we actually have to make a request to our vendor. We can't do all of those things, or there's a lot of things that we can't do. We have to make the request to the vendor, and then it's on their time frame. So it kind of just goes on and on. There's social media. Right now we post separately to social media and the website. The website might send some text to social media, but with this, your social media feeds would actually be visible on the website, and you could toggle between Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, whatever platforms we decide to use. So there's just a lot more customization, a lot more features for both the staff, but also the public. We really think that it's good timing. We've also included in the budget a few $1,000s to do the board and committee management. So we really think that this would be a really comprehensive upgrade in terms of a communication tool and the website in general. So the whole project is projected to take 16 to 28 weeks, obviously, once we're funded. So we did add that today, and we feel strongly that it would be helpful. I think that we've heard that our website could improve, and we think this is the way to do it. So.
Thanks. And just I'd asked the question earlier before the meeting about the concern I had was just if this was piling something else on our IT director, but the answer that I got was a lot of it, he would oversee this, but a lot would be done by others, and he recommended doing it now too, and that it definitely could be handled.
Yep.
Thank you for that question. I had the same.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And when we created the management analyst position, it's also communications assistant, so he would play a big role in rolling this out.
Right.
Any other questions?
Yep. Thank you, Christy, for sharing this. And I did a real quick look through the information, but I'm certainly excited about getting the update on the website because I think the current version has run its course. I'll just leave it at that. My questions are, I guess one would be, and you touched on it a little bit, but are the different departments looking at integration opportunities? We talk about all these different tools. The police department presented tonight's a fantastic tool. We've got, the fire department has their systems, et cetera. Is there any review of like how those systems might integrate into the town's website so that information specific to the department, not just the high level, here's the department, but like the data that was shared tonight with the accreditation with the police department is fantastic data. How could that be, not just a simple link, but how does it integrate? Is there been any assessment of that?
Not to the extent that you're talking about. I mean, some of the systems that you're mentioning are more sort of internal at this point in terms of holding data. Permit Pro is a good example of something that we definitely would want to have integration. The systems that we use in order for online payments, things like that. So stuff that's already public facing is definitely on the radar for integration. This isn't an answer to your question specifically with all of those other systems, but this is a municipal focused website, and so some of these systems that a lot of municipalities use, like Permit Pro, are already integrated, and we actually they already know that we're interested in adding that boards and committee software. There's integration there, so there's also the general code where we're doing the whole new zoning bylaw. So things that are public facing, definitely making sure that there's integration or at least a smooth transition.
Yeah, and this is one of our items on the master plan, so it's a good thing there as well.
And even with respect to, a department produces a report and goes in, and you want that report to be visible on the website. The current website, how you add a document and post a document depends on where you think it's going to go. And there are many, many ways. And so the committee handbook, we're asking our committees, many of which are staffed by volunteers, to, agenda, minutes, supporting other documents, discuss things of that nature.
Sure.
I serve on that role. I do that role, and I wrote the committee handbook, and I understand the frustration of, okay, if I use this method to load the document, it's going to show up in the file cabinet, but it won't be visible in the blue part.
Right.
I got to use this other method. This upgrade will make the process of adding information to the website much easier for lay people,
Yeah.
As well as department staff, and will make it consistent.
That actually dovetails nicely into my follow-up question, and that is part of the $50,000, is there any portion of it that will afford training for town staff and, committee chairs, et cetera, because it's going to be a new interface, and I can only imagine there's going to be a little bit of time to learn and ramp up and make it working effectively. I think of when Obamacare was rolled out, they had a huge glitch at the beginning where, the system was pretty much unusable. People couldn't get into it, and it lost a lot of favor. I'll just leave it at that. So
I don't know if it will be as popular as Obamacare or Ticketmaster when we unveil our website, but
We'll start by selling Taylor Swift tickets.
Right.
Just to see if it's
there is training included. I suspect that we'll probably do sort of a train the trainer method.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Terrific. Thank you.
Anything else, or anything else on warrants? We're gonna hit the warrant again when we place the articles on it and close it and vote, but at this point, anything for discussion purposes? Okay, seeing nothing, I will move to item 9, and this is approval of memorandum of agreements for Patrol Union, Clerical Union, and Department of Public Works Union. Christy, do you want to kick, or Kim, do you want to kick this off?
So tonight we're asking the board to approve and execute 3 memorandum of agreement with our clerical union, DPW union, patrol union. So each of these contracts, existing collective bargaining agreements, expired June 30th of 2022. So we're already well into the first year of the 3-year agreement. We have some highlights listed out. I don't know if you want to hit on
I can
them.
read through those
Okay.
if you want.
For each of the agreements. The board has previously had discussions in executive session, as we do, as we're in negotiations. So the terms in the memorandum of agreement for each of the unions reflect exactly what were in the tentative agreements that the board previously authorized in executive session.
And these have been voted on
Yes.
by the unions themselves? and
Each of the
agreed to?
unions have already executed the agreements.
Perfect. So yeah, I will give the highlights, as the board knows that this is for the public too. So we're going to be asked at the end to approve and execute the 3 separate memorandums of agreements that the unions have already signed, as Kim said. So first off, I'll start with the clerical union. So this will be a 3-year agreement with effective dates of July 21st, 2022 to June 30th, 2025. Some key points: annual cost of living base wage increases effective July 1st as follows. For fiscal year 2023, a 2% increase. Fiscal year 2024, 2.5% increase. In fiscal year 2025, 2.5% increase. The current longevity pay practice provides for increases in base pay, so step increases when an employee reaches 15, 20, and 25 years of service. This practice will be eliminated for all new hires and current employees who are not yet in longevity steps, and annual longevity stipends will be provided instead as follows. For 5 to 9 years of service, $500. 10 to 14 years of service, $1,000. 15 to 19 years of service, $1,500. 20 to 24 years of service, $1,800. 25 to 29 years of service, $2,400, and 30 plus years of service, $3,000. Employees working out of grade at a higher classification on a temporary basis will receive compensation at a rate of $3 per hour. So this is an increased compensation of $3 per hour when assigned to perform such duties for a period of time in excess of 2 weeks. We added, there's the addition of Juneteenth as a paid holiday. It limits the amount of personal leave earned under Article 10 that may be carried over from one fiscal year to the next to 8 days. Agreement adds language formally recognizing the practice of establishing a sick bank through which bargaining unit members may donate sick time to another member. Upon request of the union, the town manager, at her or his sole discretion, may approve the creation of a sick bank for employees who have exhausted all other paid leave available to them and experience a non-occupational injury or illness and are unable to work or require leave to care for a spouse or child experiencing a serious illness or injury that would otherwise be an FMLA qualifying event. And it also amends the tuition reimbursement language to establish dollar amount caps on tuition reimbursement available to employees at the undergraduate and graduate course levels. It also adds language requiring employees who voluntarily resign from employment with the town within 2 years of receiving reimbursement shall be required to pay the town for any educational reimbursements received during a 2-year look-back period. And additionally, there were several items that were agreed to that are kind of non-monetary, just language cleanup, which we do in all contracts. So that was the clerical union. For the Department of Public Works union, this also is a 3-year agreement with the same effective dates of July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2025. Annual cost of living base wage increases effective July 1st as follows, and same as the clerical, 2% increase, 2.5% increase in 2024, 2.5% increase in the third year of fiscal year 2025. The current longevity pay practice provides for increases in base pay, step increases when an employee reaches 15, 20, and 25 years of service. A new wage table will be established eliminating these longevity steps and establishing stipends for employees hired after June 30th, 2019 as follows. 5 to 9 years of service, $500. 10 to 14 years of service, $1,000. 15 to 19 years of service, $1,700. 20 to 24 years of service, $3,400. And 25 plus years of service, $5,100. Employees working out of grade at higher classification on a temporary basis will receive compensation at a rate of $3.25 per hour when assigned by the director to perform such duties for more than 10 consecutive regularly scheduled workdays. This one also added the addition of Juneteenth as a paid holiday. We increased the annual clothing allowance by $100 from $800 to $900 per year. And amend stipends related to licensure to establish a cap of $500 per year, and also provided for an additional annual $150 stipend for employees possessing a water license. And like the other one, there were the items that were cleaned up that were non-monetary and just language cleanup. So that was the DPW union, and then finally the patrol union. Again, same 3-year agreement, same time frame. We increased the annual clothing allowance by $100 in year 3 of the agreement. So the first 2 years stay at $1,000. Year 3 will move to $1,100. We added Juneteenth as a paid holiday. The cost of living base wage increases effective July 1st were the same as in the others. So fiscal year 2023, a 2% increase, 24, a 2.5% increase, fiscal year 2025, a 2.5% increase. The current longevity pay practice, providing for increase in base pay or step increases when an employee reaches 15, 20, and 25 years of service. This practice will be eliminated for officers hired after June 30th, 2023. And with that elimination, annual longevity stipends will be provided as follows. 5 to 9 years of service, $500. 10 to 14 years of service, $1,000. 15 to 19 years of service, $1,500. 20 to 24 years of service, $1,800. 25 to 29 years of service, $2,400. 30 plus years of service, $3,000. Effective July 1st, 2023, only employees regularly assigned to the evening or night shift shall be entitled to shift differential pay. Effective in fiscal year 2024, the annual physical fitness stipend shall increase by $100 to $900, and effective in fiscal year 2025, that annual stipend shall be $1,000. And finally, the other ones are several items that were agreed to that are non-monetary language cleanup. So, thank you to the bargaining folks, thank you to the unions. The process, as folks know, is not easy, it's time consuming, but I do appreciate both the town's side as well as the union side in negotiating these, and I think, as the board knows, and we've gone through this in executive session, we feel that these are, that we came to fair terms on behalf of the town, and by their vote, I think fair terms on behalf of the union as well. Any questions on that, or I would entertain motions?
Ian?
Yes.
Should I I'm going to recuse first.
Yes.
All right. I recuse as my wife is a member of the clerical union, and I'll step away.
I don't think
Does he have to, you have to step away? I don't
Yeah.
think.
You're supposed to.
Is he supposed to?
Yes.
Okay.
He's gone.
He's gone. Be gone.
But you're leaving us.
I can move.
Okay.
I move to approve the memorandum of agreement between the town of Westborough and the New England Police Benevolent Association, the Patrol Officers Union, amending the fiscal year 2019 to fiscal year 2022 collective bargaining agreement.
Second?
Any discussion on that? All those in favor? 4-0 to 1. 4-0-1. Thank you. Next one.
I move to approve the memorandum of agreement between the town of Westborough and the SEIU Local 888 Public Works Union, amending the fiscal year 2019 to fiscal year 2022 collective bargaining agreement.
Second?
Comments or question on that one? Not all those in favor?
Ian,
Yes.
can I just ask a question on the vote? Wouldn't the last one be 4-0 because he didn't abstain, he actually is recused?
Recused.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, just,
Yes. Thank you for that.
okay.
So this one was 4-0.
He's not here.
Yes.
He's not here.
4-0 with one person recusing themselves from
Yes.
vote. Thank you.
So I move to approve the memorandum of agreement between the town of Westborough and the SEIU Local 888 Clerical Union, amending the fiscal year 2019 to fiscal year 2022 collective bargaining agreement.
Second?
Okay, any comments or questions? Not all those in favor? That's 4-0 for being present. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, next on the agenda, back to the fiscal year 2024 budget. Kirsty.
Just gonna plug in here.
I think the plan here is to go through some updates since the budget book, correct?
Yep. I was just gonna put up one slide really, to start.
I'm sorry, we're using this, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the slide I put up on the screen is the average single-family tax bill increase historically, and then showing the estimated increase of $896 when it was presented at the budget summit on January 26th. As of today, our estimated single-family tax bill increase is $795, so lower than last month. One of the causes of this is that we did receive preliminary numbers from the state, and so our estimated state aid went up by just over $400,000. So we were able to include that in our new budget estimates. Our chief assessor has done some additional work in reviewing the estimated average single-family home value, which has kind contributed to this decrease. This number does include the landfill number that we talked about earlier. It also includes all of the contracts that you've just approved, so all the fiscal 24 contracts, salaries, and any expenses associated. It also includes additional 0.5% for non-union employees. So when we put together the budget in December, we were still negotiating, and so for the non-union employees, we had done the 2% increase. We typically give non-union employees an average of what we give union employees for fiscal 24, as Ian just presented. It's a 2.5% increase, and so we did add 0.5%. That's just for folks who are asking. That's about a $20,000 increase in the budget for that additional 0.5% for a non-union. It doesn't include any adjustments related to the insurance. So the insurance budget, we did increase, we estimated an increase of 7% for fiscal 24. We had hoped that that would go down. Our initial renewal numbers were actually higher than that 7%, but we're continuing to have discussions with our carrier. Our health insurance consultant has gone out to talk to other carriers, and we actually have a meeting tomorrow with the Insurance Advisory Committee to go over some options that we have. So we're leaving it at the 7% at this point because we think that there's still room to negotiate. So the budget tables in front of you are updated with all of those numbers. Also, as part of the budget update is the Article 5. This doesn't speak to your budget, but just as an update related to the union contracts, Article 5 is the FY23 union contracts free cash article. So that's $102,000 of free cash being transferred to budgets to reflect the agreements that you just presented, as well as $11,000 from sewer retained earnings and $8,000 from water retained earnings. So I think that's most of the outstanding items. We're still watching the electricity rates. They're actually much more favorable than they were in November when we were initially approached to start to sign a new contract. And so we expect to sign something in the next 4 to 6 weeks in terms of rates, but it's gone from just over 13 to I think as recently as yesterday it was 12, so that's pretty significant when you apply it out to the full budget. So,
Just a clarification on the Article 5 that you just mentioned. So the 11,000 and the 8,800 from water, sewer and water respectively, those amounts specifically are applied to the DPW contract, correct?
Yes.
That's what, right?
A portion of DPW.
And I think also clerical. Yeah, the DPW department.
DPW department.
But two different contracts.
Correct, yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Other questions on the budget specifically now? We'll do the budget first and then. So what I'm going to do is, and we have the new list in front of us, I'm going to read through budgets. Folks, I don't remember, do I read the numbers or just call the budget out and if you question the budget? I think I just ask the budget and you question it. I'm not going to do what the moderator does, so I will read the budget. If there's a question it. Otherwise, for those that aren't questioned, we'll vote support for that and then go back to the ones that are questioned. So here we go. Town moderator, Board of Selectmen, Town Manager, Finance Committee, Finance Department, so accounting, treasurer, collector, and assessors, legal, information technology and communications, central purchasing, town clerk, elections and registration, planning department, Board of Appeals,
We have a question on planning?
Question on planning?
Yep.
Okay. Board of Appeals. Insurance. Police Department. Fire Department and Ambulance. Community Development, this includes Building Inspector, Conservation Commission, and Economic Development Committee. So the number's higher, but we're moving.
What was that last part again? I'm sorry.
It's the Building Inspect, there's Community Development, which now includes Building Inspector, Conservation Commission, and Economic Development.
Because it's rolled in.
Rolled in, yep. Weights and Measures. Animal Control. Assabet Valley Regional Vocational. Department of. Yep.
Say that that's still an estimate.
I was going to ask.
Yeah.
have a hard number.
Okay.
Right.
So we'll question that and not vote on it yet. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Department of Public Works, including Building and Grounds. Department of Public Works, Snow and Ice. Electricity.
So we don't have
That-
it.
You probably want to hold electricity and insurance.
Yep. I was just going to say.
So back to insurance. Sorry. Okay. Sanitary landfill. Do you want to go ahead with that one? Even
Yeah,
We'll have
I don't
everything
think
before.
we'll have the contract
Okay.
negotiated before.
Health Department. Council on Aging. Youth Commission. Veteran Services. Trustees of Soldiers Memorial. Library. Recreation. Cultural Council. Historical Commission. Debt Budget. Country Club Enterprise. Sewer Enterprise. Wastewater Treatment Plant. Water Enterprise. So that's general government, and then the school department, which I think I didn't read before, correct?
Correct.
Asked about rolled in. Okay, so going back.
So, sorry, quick question. So, I thought Assabet was also listed.
Astor was in, that's why I just called out school department. That's separate.
Okay.
It's on the enterprise funds, but school
it.
wasn't anywhere else.
Okay, but Assabet is just listed twice here, okay.
Not counted twice. Just listed.
Just listed twice,
Yeah.
okay.
Make that number down if it was.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay, so the ones I showed as questions were planning department, insurance, Assabet Valley Regional Vocational, electricity, and that was it. Everyone agree?
So can my question for planning and youth commission are similar. Can we just add a note to that on youth commission? I didn't flag it before. I'm just,
Okay, so you want youth commission,
yep,
okay?
thanks.
Okay. So I think that, then have a motion to support the unquestioned budgets at this point.
So moved?
Seconded.
Okay, all those in favor? That's 5-0, 5 being present. Okay, let's go back to questions. So planning department, and do you want to take planning and youth together?
Yeah.
Okay.
Really just given that we have two department heads leaving, how do this budget would reflect current salaries, obviously not any projections, right? And so if there was a fall in the, if we need more, then that would be requested at,
Well, the town planner position, the current town planner is already at max, so basing
Okay.
it on his current.
so we presume to be less, yep, okay.
Well,
Yeah, well, I know,
we'll see.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, right.
That's the
right.
rate.
Yeah.
Um,
I guess more asking process-wise, so what would be the process if, I guess, in the youth commission?
Yeah, I mean, we could adjust the budget in October. I'm just not sure what she's budgeted at, so I'm not sure. I'm just gonna try to pull that up.
Okay,
Well, the plan would be if it was more than that, we'd come back and
it would
adjust
be
the
a
budget.
fall, okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yep, yeah, so
You okay?
I'm supportive of the budget.
Okay, do you want to make a motion to support planning and youth?
I do, so
Okay.
Seconded.
Okay, any further questions on those? All those in favor? That's 5-0. And the rest of them are ones we're holding off on, so insurance, electricity, and Assabet. We'll hold off for now. So everything else is, we recommended 5-0. Okay, next, moving to the annual town meeting warrant. So our steps here as we go through the process to close the warrant tonight. First would be a motion to place articles on the annual town meeting warrant. The second one would be to close, and then going through support. So before we take a motion on placing articles, are there any remaining questions on the town meeting warrant?
Can I just note a couple of things? So you received the version prior to updates from town council. Chris noted one of them in his articles. Most of them were really just, cleaning up. The one that you have in front of you on page 2, we made a change. So at the very top, it says paying a prior year bills. So we took away the S. Since you received it, the warrants, we updated Article 5, which we already mentioned. Going to page 5 in the capital plan.
One second, are we going in order? I have a question in between.
Oh, I was just going to let you know about changes
Okay.
from what you
All right,
have.
I'll come back to mine.
So however you want to do it.
Yep.
Going to page 5, D and E were updated, so those are both information technology. When Mark did his presentation, he talked about the need to potentially change the amounts. So he did adjust the amounts. It was an overall decrease of about $8,000. We have removed the golf simulator per the discussion at your last meeting. When you go to page 9, the library did present their article, Article 12. You'll see there's a typo in your article where it starts with the title of the article again, so we did take that out. That number is also updated, so it's the same number that Maureen gave you earlier, but it's an additional $12,500 for some additional work that they needed. So it's what was all included in what she presented to you. It's just an update from the last one that you received.
Yeah, I guess to be specific, it includes, they're going to do hazmat analysis as well. So that was the difference.
Thanks. Page 11, Article 19, the transfer to the Affordable Housing Trust. That number's just been updated based on the balance that we have in that mitigation stabilization fund for this purpose. So it's only $1,000 increase. Our motion will also be different because it's just based on interest earned. So. Page 10, Article 15, there's an extra space in there, you can see, which we fixed, and then it said town manager statement, which is what we used to call it, instead of article information, so we fixed that as well. I already talked about Article 19, which is the website upgrade.
So it's just, in what we have still says.
Right, so I'm telling you what's different about what's
Okay.
in front of you, yeah. And some other things that have been changed. So with the ones for signing have had these fixes. On page 15, in the stormwater article, you'll see that it goes F, G, H, and then A, B, C, D, E.
All of those should be numbers.
Yeah, so those should be numbers. So we change those to numbers. So it's H, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I think that might be it. Oh, no, there's one more. On page 35, when Melinda was going through, we noticed that if you go to the second paragraph, it says these provisions shall not apply to a dog and a service dog.
So take out
We
that
took
dog.
out dog, so there's a strike through there. And then Article 38 is new, from when Town Council reviewed the warrant. That one is, it's the removal of the EDC Small Business Grant Revolving Fund, which, as Zach presented, is a funding mechanism that we can no longer use, so we just have to take it out of the bylaw. So those are any changes to the ones that you would be signing tonight, and some additions just based on Town Council's review and other review.
Okay.
And Jim Robbins will be coming next week, or next meeting, to talk about the planning board articles.
Okay, back to question, Sean, you would,
Yeah, so 8C is the cable TV budget. And I remember it was $250 last year, and then I think once we signed the new contract, I think there was an article that allowed them another $50,000. So I just want to sort of confirm that the $250 for the cable TV budget, I mean, it comes from the cable TV enterprise fund. I just confirming, I guess, that was a significant enough amount for them, right? Didn't we started $250, and then when we signed the Verizon, one of the contracts, I think we gave them another $50.
But the 50's on the revenue.
not on the budget.
This is on the budget, the expenditure side. So that would go into retained earnings for cable enterprise.
Well, no, we just, it's a pass-through,
It's a pass-through?
so. Let me confirm. Do you have other questions while I look this up?
So is it 11P that we need updated numbers on?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so would we pass over 11P?
I think we put it on the
We
warrant. but
won
not
the
support.
warrant, but then support, we would,
Yeah, we'd wait
okay. I
on
guess that's what I'm talking about here, is things we might not vote on tonight, okay.
Yes, I'll go through that in a minute. This is
Okay,
more for questions about the warrant.
got it, okay. Other than that, I think I'm okay.
Okay.
My notes.
It's 10P, not 11.
The question was about the cable TV. Sean, do you want to ask it again? About whether or not it should be 300,000.
Oh, sorry, I made you come out of the appeal. So last year it was 250, but then I think we did something in the fall to give them another 50?
Right,
So-
so it has to do with the renegotiation of the contract. There's 3 payments of $50,000 over the course of the whole contract. So one of them was coming fiscal '23. Sorry, I ran all the way up the stairs. But so it'll probably be next year that we'll have to put another 50 in.
Got it,
For
okay. So it's-
25.
Okay, so it wasn't a permanent increase?
No,
it's a
no.
intermittent increase?
Yeah.
Got it.
It was just, it's a capital cost component.
It's 57.5.
Okay,
Okay,
Sorry.
but the 250 is the correct
good.
number?
yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much.
And if they end up finding out from Verizon that they're getting the money early, we can just, in October, do the same
Make
thing.
another adjustment, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, all right, sorry. That'll be it,
Steps.
for me. I can't speak for everybody else, sorry.
Okay, so any questions on the warrant itself, this is not about support or not, but,
Right.
so if not, we have 39 articles, 1 through 39. I would ask for the first
So we
motion.
only move 1 through 38, because 39 is a citizen's petition, it's automatically on.
I mean,
I would do them
you
all.
have to put it on, yes.
Okay.
So
So I move to place Articles 1 through 39 on the annual town meeting warrant.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Shelby. Any questions, comments? Not all those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Speak now, if ever hold your peace, because I'll have a motion to close the warrant. Which means nothing else can be added for folks, so we've placed those on there, but now is there a motion to close the warrant?
I move to close the annual town meeting warrant.
Second.
I heard Sean first, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, all those in favor? 5-0, 5 being present. So next will be similar to the budget. I'll just go through. Oops.
Yeah, so, I guess I would ask, since we are still waiting to hear on a couple of items, should
Do
we?
you want to hold off to, when's the final?
And we just, some of this was just updated. I mean, some of it's just administrative, but I guess I would ask to, if we hold our support.
Does that work for the next meeting?
it should. Celia, do you know when the
Yes, that'll work.
The
R&R is
Yeah,
due?
The
finance
20th.
committee.
I'll send the R&R out that Friday, so,
I think the 20th they have to.
Okay,
so it works perfectly, yeah.
folks fine with that?
Okay, thank you.
I'm fine because it's 10 o'clock at night too.
Yep, thank you.
We
That's
still have a
second
consensus.
reason.
Debbie is here to see you sign, so if you want to sign now, then she can
Okay.
head out.
You're loving this job now, aren't you? Okay,
All the same.
let's do everything else and
Yeah.
we'll sign later.
What? Oh, jeez. You're funny.
Golly gee.
Oh, yeah.
Yuck, yuck.
Cue
What
the
happens when you're classmates? Come on.
cue the document signing music, Westboro TV.
One. Okay,
There you go. Nice job, all.
thank you very much. Okay, is up to issues and correspondence of the select board. So, Patrick, since you missed it last meeting, I'm gonna start with you.
Nothing this week.
Okay, Alan,
Nothing this week.
Sean,
Oh, sure. So tomorrow night, from 7 to 8 o'clock, over at the library, you can meet the candidates for the Library Board of Trustees. I believe there are 6 candidates for 4 open positions. Also, on the 5th, March 5th, they have the candidates debate, 6 p.m. online, broadcast by our wonderful Westborough TV. Please sign in for that. And then 2 weeks from today is our town election. Please get involved and please vote. The other thing I wanted to mention was there's an organization called Project Graduation. And every year for nearly the past 30 years, they've organized an event for all the graduating seniors. That will be this coming June 3rd, only 3 months away. It's a parent-run organization, and every year it requires volunteers in order to get this completed. And there was I think, as with a lot of things, there was a year or two off, and so they are now, again, looking for volunteers. They had a successful event last year, and looking forward to do it again this year. Please reach out to either Karen Henderson or Kim Keogh if you are interested in volunteering. Thank you very much.
And just if folks don't know, it's really a substance-free night for the students after graduation. A great event, well supported by the community, by businesses, et cetera, but definitely need volunteers. So thanks for bringing that up. Shelby.
Yes, thank you. So just one item, I just want to invite folks to the International Women's Day celebration. This is a collaborative effort between the Westborough Historical Society, Westborough Women's Club, and Westborough Connects. This will be an intergenerational, multi-generational event on Wednesday, March 8th from 6 p.m. Be about an hour and a half to celebrate women in leadership and encouraging girls and women ages of grades 4 and up to attend, and should be a great evening of kind of learning and listening and celebrating women in leadership. And that's at the Forbes building.
Thank you for that. Just I mentioned the last meeting, this coming Sunday is the 44th annual Boy Scout Troop 100 Pancake Breakfast at the Knights of Columbus Hall, 7:30 till 1 o'clock. Tickets are available at the door. I did mention last time, we also, the night before, the Knights of Columbus are doing it's the 100th anniversary of Troop 100 in Westborough, so they were first chartered in 1923. So we're having that event there. Unfortunately, we had to close ticket sales because we had to tell the caterer what our numbers were, so, but that should be a great event and a great weekend of celebration. So hopefully, though, people can make the pancake breakfast. It's a great event, and for those running for office, is a great place to get out and meet the citizens and residents of Westborough. So, next on our agenda is a move into executive session. Sean, you want to read the, this is longer than what I had to read for the union contract.
Close,
Yeah.
I move to enter into an executive session under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation regarding Ferris Development Group, LLC, versus Town of Westborough, Lax Media, LLC, and Lax Media, MA, LLC, Worcester Superior Court, case number 2285, CV01281. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation regarding Town of Westborough versus Westborough SPE, LLC, Worcester Land Court, 19 TL 000768. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation regarding 129 East Main Street, Town of Westborough versus Westborough Retirement Residence, LLC, Worcester Superior Court, docket number 2185 CV 00292. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation regarding residences of Westborough Station, Northland TPLP, LLC, at 100 Charlestown Meadows Drive, enforcement of affordable housing. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation regarding federal multi-district litigation versus CVS, Walgreens, Walmart, Teva, and Allergen. And under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, to act under the authority of the Select Board to approve executive session minutes of February 14th, 2023.
I declare that an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the board's bargaining and litigating position. The board will not be reconvening in an open session. Can I have a second to the motion?
Second.
Need a roll call vote, so
Welch, yes.
Edinburgh, yes.
Johnson, yes.
Keogh, yes.
Marshall, yes.
Thank you, Westborough TV, again, and we are now in executive